Alright, time to watch some Anteater. Like like always, I'm gonna put this let's see, this text here. Going through the game in alphabetical order. Kind of surprised I won Anteater because I never played it before, and it seemed like a lot of people had experience with this. But maybe this was just the type of game I am good at. So I don't know. I felt like the game was very logical. It's random. It's very random, but it is logical in its own way. So once you understand the rules, you can make a lot of logical decisions. So how does this game work? Well, you gotta eat the ants, because if the ants touch your tongue other than the tip, the green tip there, you die. So you gotta eat the ants. You wanna eat the worms, but the worms actually kill you unless you get them from behind. So graphically it kinda looks like you gotta avoid the head, but sometimes if you hit them on the middle, you actually die. So it's best to wait until you can get them from behind, because the game just loves killing you if you don't. And the worms do not kill you if they touch the tongue. The non-tip of the tongue part, unlike ants. Did I die that early on this round? Okay. I guess I did. And you have a button that retracts the tongue fast, which is very useful. Controls are a bit fucky, but you can get used to it. There's also other enemies on floor 5 and 6 which aren't as important to kill. But if you can kill some of those, that's some bonus points as well. And when the spider comes out, it comes out at night. When the spider comes out, it basically just follows the tip of the tongue until it catches up and kills it. So you can't escape the spider. It takes the same path you do. And once it touches the tip of the tongue, you're dead. These queens at the bottom erase everything on screen, give you some time. So every time you beat a level, everything gets a bit faster. Not the move speed, but like the appearances come out a bit faster, other than the worms. So the ants and the spiders come out faster each stage. The first 4 floors have ants, and they come out at a random part of the screen, on a random side of the screen, other than the very beginning there. And at random speeds. However, after you kill one, it always comes out at the same interval. The next appearance is predetermined based on when you kill them. And the timing for that gets earlier and earlier the more levels you beat. So when you're on a very late level, the ants come out immediately after you've killed one. It just reappears immediately. Whereas the worms always have a set timing. You kill a worm, it always comes out a set amount of time after, no matter what level you are on. The larva and the beetle, they can randomly turn around, and they also have random speeds. every time you beat a level, your clear bonus is the ants multiplied by the worms, and that is reset if you died. Then if you die, you also get the ants multiplied by the worms. So dying will always score a little bit less. So those are basically the rules. The spider is also a bit random. Those are basically the rules. I guess that's the level layout as well. The level layout is also random. So certain level layouts like this one aren't. This one's worse than average, but it's not like super awful. So it really depends. Those are basically the rules, and then once you understand those rules, there's some more rules though. There's some more rules. Once you understand those rules and a couple more rules, the rest is just pure logic and a little bit of luck. Quite a bit of luck. The later the level you're on, the more luck there is. Eventually you're forced to die, and then it's just a matter of how few times can you die. So another crucial rule is the worm's appearances. The worm appears relative to where the tip of your tongue is. So if the tip of your tongue is on a certain floor, the worm will appear on that floor. And if it is between two floors, it will appear on the lower floor. So if your tongue is at the very top, the worm will appear there. If your tongue is one space under the very top, the worm will appear on floor number 2 instead of floor number 1, and so on and so forth. And then the side the worm appears on is the side farthest away from your tongue. So you can use this to your advantage to control the worm, so that you can eat the worm as much as possible, as well as catch more worms. As well as not dying to the worm. Like you like if you're camping your tongue at the top, maybe you don't want to put the worm in a spot that will kill you when you're forced to leave the top from the spider, for example. So when you're on the early levels, you kind of just want to eat as many ants and worms as possible. Now I'm on Anteater 5, so it's still pretty early, but we're not like at the very beginning early anymore. So now I need to pay a little bit more attention to making sure I eat a reasonable number of dots as well. You can see the sun at the top. That shows you when the spider will come out. When the spider has come out, you don't want the entire screen to be full of dots. And then once the spider comes out, there's basically a strategy. There's a strategy based on many random factors that you gotta. This is not what you want to see, but this is kind of what the game forced me to do. A creep along the left there, where it's very close to the side, so an ant could spawn. But the ants were nice. So when the spider comes out, it comes out of either the left or the right, and if there's only 2 holes at the top, which this time there's a hole right in the middle, which makes it much simpler, but if there's only 2 holes at the top, you have to be very specific in your strategy, or you could die to bad luck. And even then, like even if you're very specific with your strategy, you could still die to bad luck. It's possible. It's just you can reduce the luck-related deaths significantly with a good strategy. Because the ant, there could be an ant coming out of the same. See, this one only has 2 holes, so once the spider comes out of this level, I'll kind of explain what's going on there. So if you can help it, although the later the level you're on, the less you can pay attention to this kind of stuff. If you can help it, you want to try to put worms on relatively high floor, although usually floor 1 is not the best. Floor 2 or 3 tends to be the best. And then you want to try to put the worm out of the side where there's a hole near, so that you can eat the worm faster, so that you can eat more worms in total. Collecting a queen kills all the enemies, and those kills actually contribute to the multiplier at the end of the stage. So waiting until you use it as long as you can, so that you can spawn preferably all 4 worms if you can, is a good thing. This is a pretty interesting game, but I'm gonna be honest. Once you get it, there's really not, and just there's not an infinite number of things you can do. The game kind of looks like it has infinite possibilities, but in reality, you can't just you can't really play around every situation. You just can't. The game doesn't let you do that. This is kind of a shitty level layout, but it's not super shitty. So now the spider's gonna come out. So when it looks like this, the best hole to use is the one that's kind of in the middle if you can, but obviously I couldn't right there. And then once you eat the queen, you want to get some dots on the way back up, and then if you can, eat the worm. Obviously I couldn't here because then I'd get killed by those ants. If you can eat the worm on the way down, go ahead and do it. And then leave some dots so that you can eat some more stuff before the level's finished. Oof, that was close. So we're starting to enter the mid game here. The late game is like, the super late game is like level 17 onwards, if I recall. And then the kinda late game is like, I'd say that's like 13 to 16. We're starting to enter the mid game here, where we can't be super ultra greedy on worms anymore. Worms and ants. We have to eat some dots before the spider comes out. We can be a little bit greedy, but we can't be as greedy. So here there's 2 holes. When there's 2 holes, generally you want to use the one that the spider, that's not on the same side the spider came out of. And so right now, if the spider was coming out of the right, I would have to retract my tongue and then put my tongue on the left hole instead. But since the spider came out of the left, I didn't need to do that. We can eat that worm there. It's very nice. Once again, the spider's coming out of the left, so we don't actually have to switch sides on the tongue. This is actually a pretty reasonable level layout, because there's a lot of holes right in the middle there, which gives you quite a bit of, like, a good space to go through. But the other holes, on the other hand, are a little bit awkward for sure.
Top 10 anteater holes.
Top 10 anteater holes. See, I'm still being a little bit greedy for points, which, since this is a score tournament, this game, the whole point of this game is getting score. If you're not trying to score, you shouldn't be playing this game, because there's just not really that much point. I could have eaten some more dots before I went to that queen, apparently, but there was no way for me to truly know that if a fast ant comes out. So I would prefer to eat that worm, but if I do that, I might die, depending on the RNG, so I can't. And obviously I wanted to eat that worm too, but like I said, if you hit the worm, even if you hit it from the middle or even a little bit like behind, it could kill you. So I don't want to waste this run gambling with that. So that's why I refuse to intentionally hit the worm if it's not from behind, because it kills me all the time when I'm greedy with the worm. So this is a bad level layout. And now we're starting to we're getting closer to the kind of early late game. We're getting closer to it. The ants are starting to come out faster, but the spider still gives you quite a bit of time. Okay, so here, ideally I would have to. The ant speed was fast enough that it was fine, but if the ant was slower, there would be time for me to retract my tongue, use the other hole, and then go all the way around and catch the ant. But the ant was so fast that I had to wait at the top and just hope that it would outspeed the spider. So if the ant was fast but slightly slower, it would actually have forced me to die with basically no solution. So the reason I delayed killing that first ant there is to give myself more time to kill all the ants, and preferably a worm, before finishing the stage. Like if I kill that first ant earlier, that would have messed up the timing for everything else, and then the ant would have respawned before I'm able to do everything. So can't do that. So that's why you have to time your first ant kill and kind of chain all the ants together when you start getting to these later levels where the ants spawn much faster. Like as soon as the spider comes out and you're gonna go on your way down, you kind of want to plan out a nice chain of events, or you might just be forced to die. Having some tongue problems there. Thankfully this is pretty good whole RNG, so it's really easy to handle this. Level 12, so we're in the late mid game now. This is pretty bad hole, but it's not god awful, it's just kinda bad. So by the time the spider comes out on this level, you see I won't have cleared a lot of dots on the upper half here are not cleared. So delay killing that ant a bit. And I'm ignoring the ants on floor 3 and 4 here for an obvious reason. It's to live. So here we want to try to go around, like I said. There we go. Ignore the ant on floor 3. As a rule of thumb, when you're getting to these later levels... Oh... I wanted to retract my tongue and then switch tongue sides, but that spider just barely got me. As a rule of thumb, when you get to these later levels, the ants respawn so fast that killing an ant on your way down to collect dots, or on your way down to the queen, once the spider is out, killing an ant can actually backfire and kill you, because the ant is gonna respawn so fast that it could respawn on a side close to your tongue and as a fast ant, and it could kill you before you can even do anything. So if you can avoid killing an ant on your way down on these later levels, that can save your life. And as a rule of thumb, you want to avoid killing an ant if it is not in your way down, and if it is not about to screen wrap very soon. Because once it screen wraps, it will show up again immediately. And if it shows up on the wrong side and as a fast ant, you know, that could kill you. So yeah, you wanna see. I'm ignoring that ant on floor 4 because it's not gonna screen wrap anytime soon. So ignoring it will actually help me live. I mean, I'm delaying killing that ant on floor 2 in order to give myself the best chance for survival. But yeah. Okay, so now we're in the early late game, I would call it, until 14. The ants are spawning almost immediately after you kill them. It's like 2 or 3 seconds interval, and the spider comes out long before you're able to clear out the high dots. But it's still you can still clear these levels without dying. Once you get to the super late game, though, you can't really do that anymore. So that was a forced death. Although, you know, I could rewind and look it over from the very beginning and see if it was actually forced, but it was forced from 5 seconds before I started looking. So if there was anything I could do before, it was like 5 seconds, maybe, but yeah. Close. It was close to being a disaster right there. Yeah, so we're at the point now where we can't really dilly-dally and collect ants and worms as much as we want. We have to get the dots primarily at this point, and get ants and worms that are kind of in our path, but focus more on dots. Ignore that second ant because that could save my life. Now we ignore the third ant because that could save my life. Now I'm just gonna pray that the ant number 1 showed up on the wrong side. So I was praying it would show up on the left, and it looks like I kind of lost the coin flip there. I'm gonna be honest, this run's not going so well right now, but from what I remember, I got pretty lucky in the late game so that the run ended up PBing anyway. Like, I'm a bit low on lives. The score is also not fantastic for this level. Like, it's reasonable, but it's not. It could be better. This is not looking good. I did not manage to eat enough dots at this point. Isn't that just the best thing you've ever seen? After quite a bit of bad luck with coin flips and stuff, and I got that wonderful double ant retract. Either one of those ants could have killed me if they were like slightly faster. Okay, that first ant's clearly gonna kill me. Yeah. And until 17, we've entered the super ultra late game. This is where shit starts getting really unfair. The spider comes out after just a few seconds of gameplay. What the fuck is this? But it's actually faster than the spider, but just barely, so I could survive. It's ridiculous. See, if that worm wasn't in the way, I would actually have cleared level 17 without a death, which would be insane. But yeah, the worm was in the way. And the worms can be controlled, so supposedly maybe I could have actually avoided that. Depends. It's at the point where it's really hard to say if that's really something I could intentionally control. Because like when the levels are this late, it's not like you have all the freedom in the world to just do whatever you want. What the like? How am I supposed to beat this with just one death? That just seems absurd. Can you really beat this with one death? Maybe if the ants are super slow. What? I hope I didn't download the wrong INP. No, you can't get these dots deathless unless the ants are extremely nice. Oh my god. The ants are extremely nice. Okay. It's the right run then. I was a bit worried I accidentally started the wrong INP. God, don't kill me, don't kill me. That ant at the top is scary. Oh my god! Fucking scary. And yeah, obviously it's impossible to beat this level without a death. It's not possible. Maybe it's possible if the level layout is better, because that's some shitty level layout, and the ants are always perfect. I don't know, but that's impossible. That can't happen, can it? So there we go, 212k, and clearly there's a lot of room for improvement. It's just that the game is, at this point, like when you're scoring this high, it's kind of hard to make those improvements. Alright, that's Anteater. Next is Armored Car. Armored Car. Let's see here. Alright, so another very old game. This one's pretty decent. I ended up getting a little bit tired of it pretty fast. Like, at first I thought it was really cool, but after playing it a couple of times I got a bit tired of it. But I still think that once you get into the later levels, it gets pretty fun at that point. It's just the early game is kind of tiring. Yeah, so my experience with this game is that the majority of my time is spent on the early levels, which is probably why I got a bit tired of this game. But yeah, every time I'd, you know, get past the early levels, I would start having fun. So I think it's reasonable to give this game at least a 5 out of 10. But I'm gonna be generous and say 6 out of 10. Okay, so armored car. What was my rank? 3rd. I think Anteater is the more interesting game, but yeah, I like the later levels in this game. I do. So I'm gonna be generous. It's a bit of a mixed bag of a game, but yeah, it gets fun when you make progress. So this is probably one of the simpler games to play, to learn, to just play. You don't really need to learn that much. In fact, I only learned that the enemies have like chase modes and randomness modes after I'd spent several hours on the game. So I only learned that like at the very end. I probably learned that right before I got this run. So I didn't even know that before then, but I did learn a couple of other tricks, like that you can use the sawhorses on arrows. The arrows dictate where you can go, and the game will be full of these arrows later in the later levels. The arrows will just be everywhere. But if you lay a sawhorse on it, you can remove the arrow. So it's very simple. You just collect as much money as you can and then beat the level. And then you try to use as few sawhorses as you can, because you need those sawhorses on later levels. So the more you can save for the end game, the better, because you're gonna run out. You're gonna be forced to use them frequently in the end game. So you're gonna run out eventually if you the longer you can play. The more likely you'll just run out. And once you run out, the game is over, because you'll only get 4 of them back when you die, and you have to beat an entire level with 4. Because you don't get new ones until you actually beat the level. So once you're on a very late level, and you get only 4 back when you die, and you start all the way at the beginning of the level, those late levels will be impossible to clear that way. 4 won't be enough. So better save them. The more you save, the higher you can score. Consider it like an investment. Other than that, you can collect these keys and unlock a score item later in the level. Everything's really random, like everything's just randomly generated. The money, locations, the arrows. The only things that aren't random are like the gas, the key. And there's some special types of enemies as well. There's not just the cars, there's TNT and ambulances and stuff. But they're still really simple enemies. Like the TNT will... the ambulance just drives forward, as you can see. The TNT will like drive forward, but if it meets you, so that you're on the same like horizontal, it will just switch and drive straight down or straight up to try to hit you. But that's all it can do. It can't do anything else. See, that's what it did. So I baited it to do that, so I could collect the money and move forward. and you have 2 different speeds, fast as shit and slow as shit. And if you run out of gas, you can barely move at all. And you do want to use the fast speed most of the time, but it's worthwhile to slow down sometimes. Being faster eats up more fuel, and when you're like, sometimes in this game you want to stop for a bit and be like, okay, what path should, like, maybe wait for the enemies to get out of the way a bit, or like deliberate on your route or something, so you can slow down, because then it eats up less fuel. You don't actually have to move to lose fuel. You lose fuel just by existing. So if you hold down the speed button and you don't move, you still lose fuel, the same amount of fuel. So that's something you definitely do not want to do. You can also kill multiple enemies with the same sawhorse. It lasts for a few seconds. So that's another thing. Run's going pretty well. I don't remember this run at all. And I believe the game stops giving out extends now. You get 2, one on level 4, one on level 8, and then that's it. You can go past the bank to try to collect even more items, but then the game will spawn every single tile will be an arrow when you scroll back. So that's something I just sometimes did on early levels if I had a lot of gas left over. But when you're in deep into the game like this, you don't want to be greedy. See, I had to waste a lot of sawhorses there just to make progress. There was just no way around it. I had to waste sawhorses to delete arrows and to kill enemies. I'm actually using too many sawhorses. If I was more experienced in the game, I would have more sawhorses right now than I have. You actually want even more. And as you can probably tell, the arrows randomly switch directions, which can really fuck you. So good to have some sawhorses ready in case you can't move all of a sudden. I wonder if I'm gonna reach the 100k mark without a death. Another optimization in this game, which is especially important on early levels, is to not collect the gas. On these later levels you kind of want to just start to survive, mainly. But don't collect the gas until you've cleared out money near the gas. Because then the gas you collect after that will last you longer, since it doesn't fill up a specific amount. Collecting gas just maxes your gas, no matter how much you have when you collect it. So the more money you can collect before you collect the gas, the better, obviously. So something that is easy to figure out, but somehow, you know, you might not have thought of it. And yes, the enemy cars can drive through the bank. It's pretty crazy. Pure carnage. That's the first death. Pretty good to get this far in before you start dying. It's not easy, let me tell you. It's hard. It's very easy to not move the car the intended way in this game because everything's so fast. It's so easy for your car to just like not move the way you intended and, you know, crash. So it's hard. Obviously most of my runs would just die and get stuck in the early levels. I managed to save myself a sawhorse there, but I'm dead. And I'm running out of sawhorses. I'm basically doomed now. Like I can't make that much progress with these few sawhorses. There's only so many levels I can beat now. Five sawhorses. This is disgusting. If I wasn't constantly stuck on the early levels, I probably would have played this game more because I certainly could beat this. I certainly could beat this run, absolutely. I just need to save my sawhorses better on early levels so that I can make more progress on these later ones. Because I'm basically doomed now. I just don't have enough. Like, sure, I could use a sawhorse there to try to escape, but then what? Then I'm just dead right after, so it's pointless. It's just too many arrows, too many enemies. Nice run though. It was deathless up until like 100 and what was it, like 110k ish. Can't complain. Alright, next game, Bank Panic. This one's gonna last a while. A bit too long. Where's this? This is a really good game, but I feel like if it was truly random, that would be a little better, I think. Yeah, if it was truly random, I feel like that would be a little bit better. Okay, actually I have to move this game. Or I could just... No, I don't want to put the text over the game. Yeah. There we go. Because once you get to... There's like one level where once you get there it just repeats the same pattern forever. And yeah, I... Sadly I didn't know that when I did this run, but after I did this run, I looked at that with save states and I realized, oh, well, like, even I could probably play forever on this, with this, once I learned the pattern. So, let's see, it's Bank Panic. My tournament rank was 4th. So this is a really good game, but I'm giving it 7 out of 10. It's not an amazing game, it's just really good. And it's just one of those games where you just kind of go with the flow. There are a couple of tricks you can learn, but for the most part, you just kind of go with the flow and just shoot the bandits. Don't shoot the citizens. Shoot the bandits. Open doors. Like, it's gonna be quite a long run, and there's just not enough to this game to really. For me to be able to talk throughout the run. It's gonna be impossible to do that. So, well, basically you have these guys coming out of the doors, and if you shoot anything that's not a bandit or a kid, you die. If you shoot a kid, you don't die because they hold the money bags. You're actually shooting the money bag to get like a bonus points. And if you shoot a bandit at a certain timing, you also get a bonus points. That's basically how it works. And the better your timing is, the better it is. Like the better. If you get 0-0-0 like there, that's perfect. It can't be better than that. And that also, getting that specific timing on red guys, specific type of red guys even, I don't think it's both types, there's 2 different types of red guys. You get an extra on the ladder, and if you get 5 you get an extra life and a warp to the next level. So there's 12 doors, and to clear the level you just gotta have deposits on every door. But deposits can get stolen, so you might have to redo a door. And you don't want to beat the level immediately, because you can get more points by milking the level until the time is about to run out. There's red bars above the doors. Those show you that there's someone behind that door. Although a red bar being at the bottom doesn't necessarily mean that the door will open immediately. Particularly on these early levels. Once you've played for a while though, the bars will fill up very quickly and there will be someone behind the door almost immediately after. Always. So it just takes a couple of... You gotta play through a couple of levels before it reaches that point. So that was a red guy with the 2 guns. Blue guys and green guys getting perfect kills, and those give you less score and do not give you an extra letter. Whereas the red guys give you more score, and only the ones with 1 gun give you an extra letter for a perfect timing for some reason. And The enemies, if the timer goes above a certain point, they will shoot you, but that point is not entirely consistent. It will decrease. It will decrease the more levels you beat. The enemies will basically shoot you fast. They will draw their guns faster, and the amount of time given to you to shoot them when they've drawn their gun before they shoot you is also less. But it's not consistent, so they could shoot you, like on a late level, they could shoot you at 0.15, or they could shoot you at 0.20. So I think it's just random. When these bombs show up, that's a problem, because you have to defuse the bomb or shoot the bomb. But the game actually does not let you move around freely. The game does not let you do that. Whenever there's doors opening, you're stuck until all the doors are closed. And even if all the doors are closed, you have to wait a little bit before the game lets you move. So another door could open in that time. So the game, probably the most frequent way you'll die, if you're really good at the game, is actually being forced to die when these bombs appear, I imagine, because everything else you can just deal with pure skill. But getting stuck with no way to deal with the bomb because you're just stuck forever, I don't know, the only way to deal with that would be to, I guess, know the exact pattern on the level you're on, and just know not to take, maybe to take certain paths, I don't know. But yeah, the levels have different patterns up until level, I think, 32, where they all have the same pattern. And at that point you don't have to worry about the bomb anymore, because you can just speedrun the level over and over, and the bomb will never show up. At least that's what it seems. There are some like things you pick up on as you play. For example, if a citizen shows up and they're just kind of in a certain frame of animation, but they don't really do anything, that means that there's a bandit behind them and they're gonna be a hostage. For example, the women will like look sideways, but they will be frozen in that frame. If they're frozen in that frame, you know they're a hostage. A bandit's gonna show up. As you can see, that bandit that shot me there, that's exactly what I was talking about. There was a lady in front of him, and she was just looking sideways, but she never turned to face you. And like right after she's supposed to turn to face you to show that she's gonna deposit money, she was still frozen for a split second before she raises her arms and there's a bandit behind her. So that's another like maybe half second where she's frozen, and that half second of her being frozen tells you that she's a hostage. So there's a lot of those little tricks. Wow, this is terrible. Dying a lot early on, that's weird. I probably just started playing really well. Yeah, from what I remember, this run completely destroyed my previous PB out of nowhere, and I just had really good flow on later levels. But I didn't remember that I died so much early on. There's another thing that I just realized that's actually kind of important. Sometimes when the citizens have deposited their money and they're leaving, there's a number on their back, and that number tells you that in that door corresponding to that number there's a bandit there. Although the bandit could be behind a hostage, like it doesn't have to be a bandit immediately, but basically there's gonna be a bandit there. So if you can keep track of those helpful tips from the citizens, which it's really hard to keep track of all of them, but like if you can keep track of them, that's a huge help. Oh yes, the wonderful sound glitch. At least the game gave me something new to talk about now. This happens every once in a while. Happened to me a couple of times. Every time it happens, I just try to beat the level immediately because I can't concentrate with this sound glitch going on.
never even opened this game for Yolympics.
It's a really good game. It's one of the more fun ones, for sure. It's just it's too long, and I don't like that the patterns are like the stages are predictable if you memorize. Like you can memorize level 32 or whatever it was, and then you can play forever. That kind of blows. But, you know, other than that, it's just a good fun game. Now we're at round 32. This is where the rest is just the same every time. And when I did this run, I didn't know that yet, and I wasn't ready. But yeah, I had a look at it later, and if you're prepared and you get here, you can now counter stop the game. It's that simple. Just if you know the route through this level, congrats. Just play for 3 or 4 hours or whatever it is you need to play for, and don't lose your concentration, and you got it. It's the same every time. That's probably the biggest flaw in the game. It's very long, and it's not random. That's the problem. If it was random, it would be really amazing, but it's not. So it's just, it's good until it's good. It's great until you're too good at it, and then your fun's over. Now it's time to switch your game to another game, because no, I don't think anyone actually wants to sit down and do the same thing on this level over and over for like 3 hours straight. I don't think anyone actually wants to do that. And then once you've done that, then what? What's left? So that's the problem. That's why I only gave it a 7 out of 10. It is a great game though, for sure. I had a ton of fun with this. It looks like I was on my last life a lot on this run, and then I would get an extent, and then I would go back to my last life again. It started pretty early. It started happening pretty early, and then it would just keep happening. In my experience, it's pretty hard to build the bonus lives.
Only 7 tens. Smiley face.
Yeah, I just went over that. Why I didn't give it more? It's because it's not random. It should have been random. I don't like once you've played it long enough and you've learned the pattern on this level. Then it's over, your fun's over, the game is over, like, it's time to play a new game now. So I don't think a game that turns out that way really deserves an 8 out of 10. So that's kind of my reasoning. But for sure it would be an 8 out of 10 if it was just random and you just played on reaction the whole time. It's really just a perfectly designed game in terms of like moment to moment gameplay if you don't know patterns, where there's lots of little nuances and tricks to let you deal with the game more easily, like frozen animations for hostages, the numbers on the backs of the enemies, the timings getting tight but not inhuman, like yeah. Just really good. That was a long run though. 62 minutes. Next is Bubble Memories. Let's see here. Also, this will be the first time I do this and I actually skipped a bunch of games. for Yolympics. I don't know. All the other times I tried a little harder, especially like the previous 2 times I was trying really hard to win. This time I actually just kind of half-assed it. So there's a lot of half-assed games and a lot of games I didn't even submit for. So this was almost half-assed, I would say. Like, I actually tried a little bit, but nowhere near as much as some games. So it was half-assed. All right, so it's bubble memories. I don't think I ranked great on this, but it wasn't super shitty. 8. This game confused me a bit, but at least I got some advice that made it a bit more manageable. I'm giving this a 6 because it is a really nice game, but I don't like that it's a 1-life game. So it would be a 7 if it wasn't a 1-life game. It's good, it's way too unforgiving. There's just no reason for that. I don't get it. The difficulty gets really high in like the second half of the game, and at that point, if you die, it's just, oh, now what? I'm just fucking done for. And clearly I'm not the only one with that problem. I was watching the pro playing this. If he died, it was just over. So it's not just me. Yeah, pretty ridiculous game. But I don't fully understand the scoring system, but like, if you there's an x2 multiplier and then there's an x3 multiplier. The x2 ones is if the enemies are in big bubbles, and the x3 one is if the enemies are in small bubbles, and the small bubbles are in big bubbles, I think. And then you gotta get these candies that power you up. If you don't have the candies, you're done for. You gotta have those. And then there's another thing that I just could never. I didn't really get it. When you beat this level, you can have all the bubbles transform into score items. And small bubbles are worth 10k, and big ones are worth 30, if I remember. And they had, when you clear them, you have to. The score that you get when you clear the bubbles has to add up to the 10th digit, the 10 scores digit, and the 100 scores digits has to be the same number. But the reason I didn't really get it was because I didn't really figure out like which bubbles count and which don't. So when I did this run, I still didn't really get it. I was like still experimenting. Like I wasn't sure which of these bubbles that have nothing in them actually count as adding 10 to my score. So yeah, that's why I just didn't really get it. I also didn't really understand how to get the point items on bosses. I don't think I managed to do that a single time. But yeah, that's basically the scoring. There are levels that can give a lot of score. And then there are a lot of levels that give almost nothing, so but yeah, other than all the scoring stuff, I don't know, I just kind of like the gameplay. Putting enemies in bubbles, popping the bubbles. It's nice. Then the game is also nice and colorful. Although, when there's a lot of shit on the screen, like a lot of bubbles everywhere and the enemies, it can be really hard to keep track of what's really going on, like which enemies are about to break free, or if there's an enemy somewhere that's not in a bubble. So it can be a bit frustrating for sure. I would also go so far. Let me actually look at the list really quick. Let's see. Yeah, I would go so far as to say this was by far the hardest game in the list. Just like how last Olympics, the hardest game was definitely Rainbow Islands. Out of all the games, I don't think anything could compete with Rainbow Islands for sheer difficulty. I mean, no one cleared it. No one even was close to clearing it, I think. No one's gonna clear this either. These crazy bubble games they're just insane. I don't know. I know they're classics, but I wonder if people realize how fucking hard they are. They're insane. Yeah, this game, it starts out easy enough, but like it's very long and it's a one life game and the difficulty gets ridiculous. I mean, that's a combination of three very difficult things. You only get one life. You have to play. You can't make any mistakes. You have to play for a long time, and the difficulty gets really hard. It's nasty. Like even this level, if I didn't have the long shot bubble or like fast bubble, I wouldn't be able to get any score here. I don't think I would be able to score this level. And certainly I could have put more time into this and trying to learn this more, but they're just, I don't know, I just didn't put in the time. This is the first big high score level, if I'm not mistaken. If I fail this level, I just restarted. See, that gave me like, what, like 1.5 million or something? I didn't see what my score was before, but I know it gives a lot.
Flyhex says, yes. 1.5 M I restarted if I messed it up too.
Yeah, I messed it up a few times. It was never a fun time to restart on it. But that's life, I guess. Like, once I'm past that level, I don't restart anymore. If I fail a big level, I just continue. God knows how you're supposed to score on this level. I have no idea. I think I actually... Yeah, I was doing something wrong here. Oh, it worked. But it's only X2 multiplier. Like, unfortunately, I didn't really have time or put in the time to like actually learn real strategies. I just save stated up to the third boss and just tried to like just do something that worked for me. I didn't really look at what other people were doing or what a super play would do. That's a lot of extra effort, you know, to learn a good way instead of just doing something. Like yeah, you could get X3 multiplier here, but I just put a save state here and I just did that. You know, it works. And once I did that, I was just like, you know, it only took half a minute. Once I did that, I was like, oh, next level. I'll just save state next level now.
Flyhex says, LOL. Same.
Yeah, like why put in the effort to learn every level properly when there's like a million levels? I ain't got time for that shit. No, I do have time. I just didn't feel like it. I mostly felt like playing Power Drift.
Flyhex says, those guys move too fast to mess around here and try for 3x.
Yeah, I was watching the pro play this, and he did 3x. When I watched him, he did 3x. I didn't even consider like how you would do 3x, but I saw him do it, and it looked tricky. So I'm glad I skipped it. Because this is something I didn't talk about, but like this game has tricky controls. It really does. The controls are tricky. They, I wouldn't say they're outright bad. They're just difficult. It's hard to explain the strangeness of these controls, but the main thing is anything that happens when you're in midair, when you're jumping or when you're falling, is weird. It's just weird. This is another big level, and I think I may have failed this one, if I remember this run correctly. Yeah, I got stuck with I got stuck so that I kind of forced myself to pop the bubbles. So that's sad. Oh. And I think we're about to reach the point now where I no longer learn anything.
Similar to Mario Brothers with short and long jumps.
Yeah, I mean, Super Mario Brothers definitely has tricky controls for sure, but maybe it's just because I played that game quite a bit before, like when I was a kid, and I even played it a little bit when I first got into speedrunning. I liked playing around with that a little bit as well. So maybe that's why, like, I don't struggle that much with Mario controls in comparison to this one.
Flyhex says, not SMP.
Oh wait.
Original MP.
Original! Oh yeah, Original has ridiculous controls. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's ridiculous. But also the Original, it's slower paced, so I feel like it's easier to at least plan out exactly what you're gonna do, which is harder in this, because everything, you move so fast in this, so it can be a bit hard to keep up with what's gonna happen when you do certain things. Yeah. So, fun fact, the first time I got to this boss on a run, I lost all of my lives in like 10 seconds. I'm sure it was no miss here, and I just lost all of them. Every time I tried jumping over him, he shot me, he shot straight up. And I just didn't get it. I think this was my second time getting here. And I still died somehow, but yeah, I don't know. Probably should have practiced this boss. But yeah, we're at the point now where I no longer have any idea how to do anything. I just save stated up to like here or a few levels before here, something around that. And the game does not mess around. Once you're at like the halfway mark of the levels, it starts getting pretty crazy. I'm not sure why I fell through the platform, but I did. Falling through the platform. And I guess these bonuses, they're meant for a two-player game. Because you can see how there's like 18 versus 0. You're supposed to compete with your friend. That's pretty cute, honestly. Yeah, in general, I think I would like to try playing this with someone as well. I played the original Bubble Bobble 2-player a couple of times, but never this one. See, I didn't see that enemy. Like it's so chaotic. This keeping track of what's going on this level. Now I only have one candy, so I really need to get some candies. I forget which candy does what, so I'm not sure what power I'm missing. What a great death. Yeah, I'm just not used to these levels. I have no idea what's going on. Apparently one of those shot me.
Dead4F says, yikes this stage.
Oh yeah, in this level, I mean, I have no idea what's going on here. I'm sure there's a nice route you can do, but like, look at this. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, that's Bubble Memories. Pretty fun game.
Dead4F says, haha yeah.
Now Chase HQ.
Dead4F says, gets too nasty 30+.
I did not like this. did not like this game. I might be a bit hard on it, but I just don't like it. I don't like it. Nope. Let's see, what was my rank? 8. Give this a 3 out of 10. It's not a fun game. Alright, so this is a driving game. The gimmick is that every stage has a lengthy boss fight where you just crash into the enemy over and over, and you could do fun stuff with that. You could, in theory, do fun stuff with that. It's just this game doesn't. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do anything fun with this idea. It's just a slog. So that's why I give it a 3 out of 10. The boss fights are just a slog. The stages are fine, but pretty bland. Not as bland as AB Cops, but I still had more fun with AB Cop because the game was paced much better. Much better paced. This game is a slog. I mean, that's a fine score, yeah. That's a fine score. 4 million. But you got that. You got it out of stage 1. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's the score bug, or I don't know if it's a bug or what it is, but you can get more than 4 million per stage. I didn't really understand fully how that bonus worked, but I got it every once in a while. But after a while, I just stopped getting it entirely. I don't know why. I just completely stopped getting it every run. Eventually, it was a bit weird. So yeah, I could have done a lot better on this, but again, I didn't really like it, so here you can do. Source told me about this. You can wiggle your car around to make turns that you otherwise can't make without slowing down, or if you're very close to like the wall on a turn, yeah, just wiggle a bit and you'll make the turn just fine. But this trick doesn't work on all turns. It's weird, the trick doesn't always work. Like, it works on some turns, but on others the game's immune to this trick. So it's just a memorizing thing. You gotta memorize the turns where it doesn't work. That trick, though, I think, to me, that trick was the most useful on the final stage, on the final boss, because there's a lot of parts on that boss where you have to turn around, like you have to do turns, and you might have to slow down on those turns, but you also have to kill the boss without running out of time, so wiggling actually makes the final boss much easier. Yeah, it helps in general. It's just to make sure you can get that 1cc. For me, it really helped on the final boss.
On suspicion of armed robbery and murder.
But yeah, other than these things, there's really not much to say.
Let's go, Mr.
I might be too hard on it, I admit it, I might be, but I just hate those boss fights. They are so boring. This boss is hard, by the way. The stage 3 boss. I don't know why they made this one so hard. It's harder than the stage 4 one, in my opinion. This asshole frustrated me quite a bit. Quite a lot of runs died to this guy. %. That's brutal. Yeah, it wasn't 90% for me, but like I did lose a lot of runs to this guy. If you make any mistakes, like you crash into something and you lose time,
Okay.
that's really brutal on that boss. Can be very hard to catch up.
Giddy up, boy.
Net 4M says, I could barely get any big hit on him, ever.
Yeah, my plan was just kind of to play it safe and try to get 1 or 2 hits in every once in a while, and just kind of take it slow and play it safe. Because if you try to do anything risky, you might crash into something, and then that might be a game over. So, like at first I was taking a lot of risks on that boss, like I do on the other bosses, and then I eventually realized it just wasn't worth the risk. Better to try to do a slower, safer clear.
Nancy, we got the signal. Over. Okay, we've got it now, Mr. Driver. Please. Oh man. Bear down. More. Push it more. Please. Bear down. More. Push it more. Please. Oh man.
I still will try to go for the score bug, I believe. But yeah, I failed to get it. So, didn't get a single score bug.
Okay. You're under arrest on suspicion of kidnapping.
So, stage 5, this is most of the difficulty of a 1cc run, is stage 5, in particular the boss. I had to get the boss down to his last hits, like what, 3 or 4 maybe even times. I think it may have been 4 times even. Before I finally killed him in a run. And I had a way more than 4 runs, like almost like get to maybe 2 hits remaining. So it was pretty frustrating. So here is where wiggling will be very useful here, to this first left turn, to just keep this first left turn without losing time on this boss. Wiggling here is extremely useful, it makes this boss so much easier. But I believe wiggling doesn't work on that turn there. I'm not, if I remember. Bastard. This boss can suck my dick.
Okay.
I hate him.
Under arrest on suspicion of espionage and first-degree murder.
This is Case Special Investigation Chief, Amos. I want to congratulate you on a great job. I hereby record your heroism and remember it for a long time to come. For completing 5 missions without a flaw. Bless you, Perfect Chaser.
Alright, now can I sit through the credits? No, that game's just not my cup of tea. Next is Darius Gaiden. Pretty disappointed in how this game went, but it doesn't really matter. This would have been a good opportunity to learn a higher scoring route. Like 3 of the levels I do could be switched out for higher scoring ones, and you would still end on the same level at the end. But yeah, I just didn't feel like learning, so I just did the same shit I already knew. This is my favorite Darius game. And most of the reasons I love this game actually doesn't have that much to do with the gameplay. Gonna give this a 9 out of 10. This is just a personal taste thing. I just really love the world, the music, the visuals, the boss designs, all the different routes you can take, and there's so much creativity in this game. So many like awesome looking stages and fights that I always feel like I'm not playing the game right when I do the same route over and over to try to get a higher score. It almost feels like that's the wrong way to approach this game. It's more fun to just play all the stages and experience everything in the game, in my opinion. But it is a score tournament, so I just have to pick something I can do and do it. So if I just rated this route that I'm doing right here, and only that, and that was the whole game, then yeah, no, I wouldn't give it a 9. So it's a personal taste kind of thing. That's not to say the gameplay is bad. The gameplay is good. It's just it's not.
Dead 4F says
It's nothing too special.
The real flaw is the random gray bubble.
The gray score items give a random amount of score, which can be random from like 50 or 10 to, what was it, 64k or something like that, which is just insane. So I don't know why the hell they put something like that into the game. That's just nonsense.
4F says
52.
52k, I think.
Yeah, so for anyone that's not familiar with Darius, basically there's this capture system. You shoot the orb. Instead of killing the boss, you just shoot that orb, and then you collect the orb when you've done enough damage to it. And if you didn't kill the boss or mid-boss, then you can capture it. And it fights alongside you, but that doesn't really matter. The important thing is just that it gives you bonus score. It's just a score tactic, really. It's cool that it follows you around for a bit and helps you, but it doesn't really accomplish anything, so that's more of a stylistic thing, honestly. There's also rank. If you use the auto fire, I'm using auto fire. If you use this auto fire, the rank goes crazy. So the auto fire is sure it shoots a lot faster than the default auto fire rate, but if you just use default auto fire the whole game.
Zone M was a mistake without auto fire swift rage.
Yeah, like the game is harder without auto fire, but auto fire increases the rank by a lot as well. So it doesn't quite even out. I'm not saying it evens out, but it adds a lot of health to enemies to use auto fire. So the auto fire might not be as overpowered as it seems.
Dent4F says, and amount of bullets.
Here's a tactic I used to capture this guy. Works like a charm. It's really just a squid that I have trouble capturing consistently. Well, I'm not saying I'm 100% consistent on the others, but the squid is the main one that I just can't seem to get down. You also get these shield items. Because the game is kind of crazy, actually. If there wasn't a shield, this game would be really hard. Really hard. But because there's shield items quite frequently even, the game ends up being relatively easy for a shmup, I would say. And also the bomb. The bomb is pretty powerful. But if you're scoring, you don't want to use the bomb at all. So you won't get to see that. I powered up too much here. You want to skip one red power item, and it makes this boss a little bit faster. But it doesn't really matter. Not this early. That's just a small thing. I probably picked one up on accident because it can be kind of hard to avoid them sometimes. So many levels we won't get to see. This level G is the first hard one, and fortunately it's only really hard when you're not that familiar with it. Once you learn it, it's not really hard anymore, but it's still easy to slip up. It's easier than it looks to just slip up on something on this level. But yeah, this is the first level in this route where you'll be dying and kind of scratching your head like, what was I supposed to do? Like, what do I do here? Whereas the rest of the game, you can kind of coast through it. The first 4 stages, I mean, you can kind of coast through them without that much of a plan. This level is kind of like an R-type level in level design, which is not a good thing, by the way. I don't like these types of levels that much. It feels like you're just it's kind of like a corridor shooting. Not a lot of freedom. But in terms of beauty, the level sure has a lot of beauty. So I still like this level just because of the atmosphere. Alright, so now you have this weapon that you want to keep this weapon for the rest of the game. You can level it up one more level, but it's actually better to keep it on this. So now I have to start avoiding red items. My score is really low this run. And I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really paid enough attention to tell you why it's so low, but it's really, really low. I always look at what my score is after I've killed all these guys, and yeah, like, I want it to be over 2 million, so for some reason it's not even 1.9, so... And this boss, I would say this is the first hard boss, but honestly, to me this boss is actually easy, because he's completely patterned. So once you play this boss enough times, he's a cakewalk. It's just a matter of playing him that many times. And if anything goes wrong, you've got the shield to fall back on. It's a fun boss too, it's a really fun one. But yeah, completely patterned. So not very challenging once you know the patterns. This level's not very hard. The main thing to remember is just that there's gonna be these enemies that rises from the bottom, and they shoot out really big patterns with high rank. So you have to stay near the bottom quite a bit to kill them as they spawn. And there's stuff on the level that blocks the bullets from hitting you if you stay near the bottom. So as long as you keep that in mind, the rest is kinda self-explanatory. Capturing this captain is somewhat delicate, but once you get it, not too hard. Although that was a bit shaky, I'm not gonna lie, that was a bit shaky, that could have failed. It didn't, but you know, it could have. This boss is a joke. If you know the safe spot. If you don't know the safe spot, you'll be like, wow, this is impossible. But no, if you know the safe spot, it's a joke. He's shooting out these
Lion
enemies.
says, I gotta get some sleep. Good job killing all those games.
Good night, bro. Thanks for coming. That's the safe spot. That is an evil pattern because you know the hitboxes are pretty big. But yeah, there's a safe spot, so not very difficult, this boss. So in my experience, now comes the first make or break it part of this run, which is to capture the captain on this level. And that's mainly gonna come down to, is the game gonna spawn a red item where I don't want it? Because it's really hard to get this red item to spawn in a good place. And my red item spawned at the back there. The enemy that carried it died at the back. That makes it so that I can capture this boss very easily. And it should not be a problem. Because you cannot pick up the red item. If you pick it up, you cannot capture this boss. Or at least it's very, very difficult to do so. I can never manage to capture this guy or the squid. Like, I have done it, but it's ridiculously hard with a max powered weapon. There I spawn the red items at a specific spot so that I can do the rest here, and I still accidentally picked it up. So now I have a max powered weapon, and I won't be able to capture the squid. So I tried to make it so that I didn't have to pick up the red item, but then it was in the way anyways. I still picked it up. And see, the thing is, you could be like, oh well, I can pick up red items now. It doesn't matter. My weapon's already full. But if you keep picking them up, it actually increases the rank even more. So you want to try to avoid it if you can. This boss is pretty cool, but I never really learned how to milk him, to be honest. It changes the patterns depending on how you deal with this boss. So if you're gonna milk him, you probably want to be used to it. I still try to do a little bit, like not a quick kill, but like maybe get a little bonus score. Or it looks like I didn't really manage to do that after all, not this run. Yeah, never mind. That's usually what I would do at least. This level's pretty tough as well. There's gonna be quite a bit of chaos before the boss. There's like a tunnel, which is pretty chaotic. This is squid. I don't know how to capture this squid with a max weapon. I have no idea. You gotta love this song. It's perfect.
Dead 4F says, yup.
There's these dudes coming up at the top left and bottom left, and you can kill those with your missiles, your option. No, not option, the missiles. So my score here is super low, because the score on this run was super low for some reason. And I missed one capture. Now I have to no miss no bomb the boss and kill the tail and then kill some scales. And with the max powered weapon, turns out the strategy to kill the tail is actually different. You wanna tap like bursts of shots, because otherwise you push the tail off screen. And Surst taught me this, I didn't know that. If you tap your shot a bit here and there, you don't push it off the screen, and you can more easily kill this tail. In fact, it almost felt like it's actually easier to kill the tail with a max powered weapon because of this than with a like the ideal power that you otherwise would want to have for everything else. But I'm not sure about that yet. I'm not sure if that's the case, but either way, it's fine to have a max power weapon here if you know about this trick. Okay, so now you can't damage the scales when he's doing certain attacks. You have to wait until he's done doing that attack until you can damage the scales again. Now we can't damage the scales. That's why you stop shooting. There's a safe spot on this attack. You can put the safe spot anywhere. If you just sit still, those blue bullets will just miss you wherever you are. Which is pretty weird, but that's how it is. Looks like I did. Yeah, I actually didn't kill most of the scales, so that reduced the score even more. 11.1. It's really awful, but whatever. There's not enough time, or I didn't have the motivation to grind every game. Alright, next is Dig Dug. Rev 1 or Rev 2? Rev 2 probably. Oh, no. Put this back to the middle. Huh? What? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. There we go. I didn't get a very good rank here. Let's see, it was 22. I didn't like this game, so that's 2 out of 10. This game is just irritating. It's not fun. I don't like it. Yeah, you just dig and inflate the enemies. They randomly turn into ghosts and go through walls, and you have to memorize the game to know when enemies will turn into which enemies will turn into ghosts, because you can't really deal with that on reaction after some levels. And basically what you want to do is you want to try to drop rocks on enemies. As many enemies as possible on the same rock for even more score. But I tried doing that quite a lot and I just died all the time. So I ended up doing a lot less of that to get a higher score by just trying to play more safely. I know this game is considered a classic, but I just don't see the appeal.
Redshifter says, don't Google Dig Dug plus inflation.
I just find it irritating to even listen to the game. The sounds are ear grating for me. If you drop 2 rocks, you spawn a point item. So the next two games were skipped. Donkey Kong Jr. Elevator Action returns. I have nothing to show. So the next is Fantasy. And I actually wouldn't have minded learning more of this because I found this game to be quite easy.
How are you? I'm fine, thank you.
But yeah. I just didn't end up doing that. It's loud as fuck. This is a crap game, but it has some endearment in it. So let's see. See what rank I had. 6. So it has, like, it's crap, but it's kind of funny, so let's give it 4. It's kind of funny crap, you know? So basically the game is like a kind of an ambitious game. There's a lot of different stages.
Best kind of crap, Shaddy 1GG. Shaddy says, GGS on a great tourney chum.
Thanks. Same to you. I didn't put in the effort like I did the previous 2 tournaments when I actually tried to win. But I still put in effort on a few games. A few games that I enjoyed a lot. So I did have a lot of fun, that's for sure. Now this level is very long for some reason. I never really understood why this one just goes on forever. But yeah, this game is just a collection of different levels with different gameplay styles. Some are longer, some are shorter. On later loops, this level actually ends up being one of the troublesome ones. Or at least I didn't figure out how to make this one consistent on later loops. Maybe there's a way, I don't know. I didn't really watch anyone else play this game, so I have no idea what they were doing.
Fallen Wisp says, this song sounds familiar.
It's because it's the note for note Funky Town. There's another song that's also note for note something, but I forget what it is. Yeah, it was pretty ambitious for its time. For sure. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, I've played crappier games from 1982, that's for sure. This is probably even a pretty good game for that time. But I don't know, I still think it's kinda crappy. I should have played this one more because I know I'm capable of much higher score on this, but yeah, I just didn't feel like it. Oh. Now we get to loop 2. Things change a bit. There are some things you gotta be a bit prepared for when you advance to a new loop. And one of those things is actually this first level. It's on loop 3 it becomes really weird. It like pushes you. So you gotta be ready for that. So you could think like, oh, I've learned loop 2, now I'm ready to play more loops. But no, like if you're not ready for that level 1 on loop 3, you're not ready for loop 3. So you kinda wanna save state a lot. Now I don't know what happens after loop 3, I didn't save state past loop 3, so I don't know if loop 4 it still keeps changing things. I don't know. I have no idea. This level's basically the same shit no matter what loop you're on, though it seems... doesn't really matter, just... you can just play on reaction on this. This is the worst level. This is the worst level, no doubt about it. The squirrel randomly pops out on one of the 3 different elevations. It doesn't pop out at the bottom. And when you climb the ladder furthest to the right, that's where things get really fucky. And if I recall on loop 3 it's worse, like it starts getting really stupid. But I don't know, maybe it was the same as loop 2, I don't remember. You can only move up, down, left, right, and the movement is super weird on this level, so you just have to play it to understand it. It can't really be explained. So I randomly found this strat while I was just playing the game, and this stage was just impossible. I was just randomly on a save state. This stage was impossible, and before I knew it, I was doing this, and I was like, wait, what? Why is this working? And then it just worked, and since then I just did this every time. It seems to work because the random helicopters just won't go here. They won't go in the bottom left. They just never go there. And there's 3 helicopters, and one of them is not random. It just goes in a straight line towards you. So yeah, just guide that one up and down, up and down. You're safe. Works in loop 3 as well. Seems to work no matter what loop you're on. Unfortunately, I don't know about a trick of that nature on this level. So
I love you.
I love you.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
now this level will push you. You have to know exactly what you're doing, or you're dead. Maybe I forgot. I don't know. Probably just forgot the method on my first life. Yeah, we gotta cancel this game. It's 40 years old, but we still have to get rid of it. Did I just go through a helicopter? I think I saw my balloon just go through a helicopter there.
Dead4F says, looked like it LOL.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've seen that. There we go, fantasy. Gemini Wing.
Shaddy says, think the hitbox was only on the balloon part.
That's possible. Oh, I was a bit sad actually. It seemed like people didn't enjoy this one much. I nominated it because I think it's a great underrated game, but well, I like it at least. I like this one a lot. So let's see.
Red Shifter says,
8 out of 10.
is this the game you like up to the final boss and then it's the worst game?
Yeah, the final boss is the worst boss of all time. But before then, it's amazing. So you've the main mechanic is you've got these items. They're called gun balls. They trail behind you, and you want to use them all the time to kill things. You can steal gun balls from those carriers, the droppers. Or you can hit the droppers to change what gun balls they carry. Because the gun ball, there's basically a tier list of gun balls from best to worst. The gun balls are most likely intentionally imbalanced. Because like 2 of them are just blatantly the best. And 2 of them are just blatantly the worst. So you gotta put in you wanna put in the effort to try to collect good ones as much as you can. And if you kill more enemies faster, the game spawns new enemies faster, like a caravan shmup. So it has that kind of queue type of enemy spawn. So you can spawn enemies on stage 1 that another player might spawn on stage 2 because the queue carries over. And then there are other queues like the item queue, special item queue on droppers. And then there's the dropper queue, so you spawn more droppers by killing more enemies. The queue continues once the dropper is dead, and once there's no gun balls to collect. If there's gun balls on the screen, the queue does not advance when you kill enemies. And the special item queue, which is like point items in Extents, which is advanced by hitting enemies with gun balls. If you meet a quota, then the next dropper will have a special item. So here I've met a quota, so it has a 2. And now after dropper is dead, we can advance the queue to spawn the next dropper. So that's how the game works. And it's just really fun. The enemy, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of enemies to shoot. It's fun to shoot them because the enemies all there's so many of them, and the enemies all have different behaviors. That was a sad death. I died because the fire stops you when you use it, and when I did this run, I still hadn't really gotten accustomed to the game yet. Like, I ended up not playing this one very much during the tournament, even though it was one of my favorites, just because I don't know, I just didn't. I could have, but I just didn't feel like it. But yeah, the way the enemies behave is really fun to deal with when there's a lot of them. There's a lot of enemy variety. The way the bullets work though is it's kind of like, for a modern shmup it will not really fly, but for this era I think it's okay. I think these bullets are exceptions on this boss, but most bullets in the game are fired relative to like your exact position, so that the speed is depending on the distance between you and the enemy. So if you're really close to the enemy fires a really slow bullet, because probably the game is just programmed to be like, oh, this bullet is supposed to hit that point your ship is on the screen in, I don't know, 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds. I don't know, that's just a guess. So if the enemy's at the top and you're at the bottom, the bullet will be fast so that it reaches exactly where you are in that time. But if you're right next to the enemy, the bullet will be extremely slow. So you can actually use this to your advantage in quite a lot of places. And yeah, I don't think that's good bullet programming normally, but for some reason in this game it's fine, it works. It doesn't ruin the game or anything. If it was like that in a you know, a very bullet heavy game, like a, you know, late 90s onward shmup, then yeah, that would be awful. But in this game it's fine. I almost couldn't get that 5. That would have been horrible. That's 50,000 points. Yeah, it is. It's a really good game. I mean, I think it's
Nice grab.
easily one of the best 80s shmups. Like, easily. And sure, there's some good competition. There's a couple of games I'd like to try getting into, like Omega Fighter. But this is easily one of the best ones. Wait, how could I let myself die to that? That was clearly avoidable. I don't know how I died to something that easy. The music in this game is wonderful as well. Really creative stuff. There's just a nice sense of adventure in this game. Like, every stage has a very different feel to it. I appreciate that. Like, this level, much more sinister tone. Where's the music? Oh, I think I got a never mind, we don't get to hear it. I got a glitch on this run. It doesn't start the music for this stage. That's a shame, because the music for this stage is really cool. Another thing I like about this game, and I know it's something very simple, but it's something I tend to appreciate in shmups. It's that you get a bunch of lives. You don't get a million bombs to play like a pussy, you know. No, instead you get lives. I prefer that. Like shmups like Psycho games, which they're very good games, but I don't like how they give you just bombs everywhere, but they don't give you any lives. So all that does is promote pussy game style, where you're like, oh, I'm just gonna bomb everything because if I die, that's, you know, I lose all of my bombs. No, this I prefer something like this game where you don't even get any bombs. You don't lose anything. All you lose when you die is like the stuff you're carrying, which is not as valuable as losing a whole stock of bombs. So no, it's more fun. It's like it promotes taking risks when you have some lives. And sure, ideally you would lose 0 lives. Yes, I understand. Ideally, but not everyone is playing for an optimal run. So. Got some bad luck with that dropper. That's another flaw in the game, is that the cycling when you hit droppers is random. It doesn't cycle through items in a specific order. It just randomly moves on to another item. So it should have been more like, you know, the Twin Bee and Parodius, where it just cycles like the bells. It just cycles to something else. So on that one dropper, it just refused to cycle to anything but the worst 2 gunballs. This final level is pretty hype. I think it's a really cool level. Cool music, cool visuals, cool ideas, good difficulty. It's just a boss that's fucking garbage. I think I've died 3 times. Stage 2, Stage 3 and Stage 7. Let's see if I die on the boss. I can't remember if I did. I think I do remember playing it safe on this boss though, and not gathering 15 gumballs. Because I just didn't want to crash and burn here. And when I did this, I was still in the mindset of, oh, I can just do a better run later. I just never played it again. Yeah, I'm missing like... I used one there, so I was probably missing like 7 gunballs? No, 8. That's 160k. That's 160k. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. All because I just didn't want to invest myself on this run. It's fun.
Fallen Wisp says, is the boss bad because it's easy?
No, the boss is bad because it's just waiting. You can't damage the boss. You can only damage the tip of the tail, which is behind an arm, like a wall. So only a few gunballs can penetrate and do a little bit of damage. Alternatively, you go behind the boss on a certain part of its movement cycle and kill the tail with autofire. But even if you do that, you can the boss can spawn an egg on you, because the eggs spawn randomly, and then you die, and then you have to painstakingly gather 15 gunballs again if you care about score. It's just a fucking awfully designed boss. It's really horrible. It really is. So no, it's not bad because it's easy, it's bad because it's probably one of the worst designed bosses I've ever seen in a game. Okay, next game is Green Beret. Let's see here. Russian, alternatively called Russian Attack. I submitted something, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really try to learn this game. And this is gonna be really boring to watch. Like, I was watching other people playing this on streams, and the only thing I picked up on was that they were playing very slowly to kill as many enemies as possible per life and per stage. So I tried doing the same. I didn't really memorize the game or anything, I just tried doing that, what I watched them do. I think, I mean, even if you don't play like this, like I didn't like this game because at first, obviously, I was trying to just play it normally, just running through the levels, and I didn't really like it. I give it a 3 out of 10. It's not terrible, I just don't really like it. My rank was 21, so it looks like a lot of people put their efforts into this one. Which I can kind of understand why. It's such a simple thing to just pick this one up and just play slowly. It's boring, but I can kind of see why people did this, maybe. You do get time overs though, and there's no visible timer, so if you're not very familiar with this gameplay style, like you haven't done the levels a lot, you'll get time overs. I got time overs when I was playing, and this wasn't the only run I did. I know I did at least one other run before this one that you know, got less score, and then I tried again. So at least one other run. Also, if you stand in the same spot, or at least like in a general area for too long, the game spawns extra enemies, which can make patterns more difficult. But if you have a second weapon, like now I have a flamethrower, you can kill those and move on. That's why I stayed there, I imagine. Because I knew that once those extra enemies pop out, I can just kill them and move on. Looks like I'm getting a hurry up already, so I was going too slow. Excellent. I am so good at this game. I know exactly when those time overs are gonna go. I wanted a time over. It was planned. I got stuck on the ladder. Oh yeah, that's another thing. In this game, up is jump. So if you jump into a ladder, I guess you get stuck on it. Five years later, we've done stage 1. What a game. This is how you fight a war. Just run around and slash your knife and have everyone run into your knife. That's war right there.
Says, this sure is a game that someone played for score for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would willingly do this. I really don't. But I guess someone does. Like, obviously it was in a tournament, so it's one of the games, so... Like, if you want to do well, you would have to, but... Other than that, like, why would anyone willingly do this? It doesn't make any sense.
Fallen Wisp says, why is Rocket just piercing enemies like a spear instead of exploding?
I'm clearly gonna get a time over on this level too. I didn't learn my lesson. I mean, this is clearly taking too long. Or maybe I learned my lesson because it looks like I'm speeding up now. Move, move, move. You're gonna get a time over. Move, move. Or maybe I'm gonna take the time over on purpose? No, I'm moving too much.
Says, I'm pretty sure the Geneva Conventions forbid using rocket launchers on people.
Maybe these aren't people. Hurry up, hurry up. Oh no, he hits me in the toe, in the foot. I'm dead. What? I didn't duck? This run is shit. First I died twice on stage 1, and then this disaster. Like, this is one of those games where you want each life to get a certain amount of score. You don't want to just lose lives that got no score. So yeah, if I had any sense at all, I would just have restarted, but that's, like, it's boring. Playing this game is boring. I didn't want to play it, so... Knifing dogs, that's pretty brutal. And this time I'm gonna beat the level before the hurry up kills me. Like a pro. We're learning here. From what I remember, stage 3 was kinda tricky, so I'll probably game over here, I guess. What? Okay. I didn't remember that. What the fuck? Hitboxes, bro. Fucking hitboxes. Game over. Kung Fu Master. Yeah, it's another game I don't like. So I did what everyone did. You'll see what that is. The controls in this game are awful. Three out of 10, that seems about right. Alright, so this level, this is basically your home. This is where you wanna be for the rest of your life. Fighting objects. Because they give a lot of points. So this is what we're gonna be doing.
Dead4F says, one dragon is worth as much as first boss.
Yeah, this is totally balanced. They definitely balanced this part just right. If you scroll the screen too much right, the game starts... That was fair. The game starts spawning enemies instead of this stuff. So you don't want to do that. Nice, very fair. Very fair. Wow, this is gameplay.
Yvonne04 says, "Hi chum."
Hello. Would have been nice to see some dragons at the end, but it is what it is. That's Kung Fu Master.
Red Shifter says, have to like a game where the score strat is the rest of the game doesn't matter at all. Just grind here.
I think most people were doing this. Some people would be like, I'll do this, but on my last life I'll beat the level and then play on one life after. But obviously that's a bit overkill for someone like me who doesn't want to play the game. Next is Mortal Kombat, and I hate this game. I think this is the worst game of all of them. Possibly. I hate this game. It's fucking terrible.
Red Shifter says, Kung Fu Master is technically based on a movie where the creator, Bruce Lee, died before he finished all 5 floors, so it's on brand.
Got 12 in this game for some reason. I'm not sure why. I guess everyone must have hated this game. Oh. 12 out of 10. No, that's the wrong. There we go, that's 12. 1 out of 10, there we go. I hate this. I see no redeeming qualities to this game, that's for sure. I don't know what to say even about this. It speaks for itself. The controls are garbage. The character designs are garbage. The character variety is garbage. The art style is garbage. Everything is garbage about this. Probably the worst fighting game I've ever played. Or one of them. I think this is just one of those games that it only was a classic because of the younger audience that wanted to see blood. And somehow this just became a household name because of the blood, I imagine. That's
Says, have you tried Pit Fighter?
Pit Fighter.
Corpse Nile.
Pit Fighter. I don't think I've tried that one. I don't recognize it.
Red Shifter says, don't.
Oh, believe me, I won't. I don't have like a perverse interest in these trashy fighting games. I just find them boring.
Dead4M says, there were no games quite like this when it came out, and the appeal was exclusively the brutality of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I imagined. It's just weird when like, so one of my favorite things to watch, and I know he's not really a great gamer, like I know you can tell, but I've spent a lot of years watching Angry Video Game Nerd.
True LOL.
Because his good, like his high quality videos, there's something to his there's something to how like he picks a game, he delivers the funniest critiques, and he's just really good at what he's doing when he wants to be. You know, obviously there's many episodes that aren't so great, but for some reason, anytime he's, you know, reviewing a fighting game, he always brings up Mortal Kombat as like a good thing. And that I've never really understood. Like, oh, this fighting game, it has such crappy controls. Such... Yeah, I know, but like he used to deliver very well-written humor. Precisely because, you know, he came up with some of it. Him and that other guy, Mike, kind of worked together on that. But yeah, my point is, he always reviews these crappy fighting games, which often resemble Mortal Kombat, but then he's like, oh, these characters aren't memorable, oh, these controls are so terrible, and blah blah blah, I'm just mashing buttons. And I'm looking and I'm just like, are you sure this is worse than Mortal Kombat? Like, isn't it just more of the same? I just can't figure out like why he would like Mortal Kombat. But yeah, he compares everything to Mortal Kombat. So that's always... That's part of the reason why I've always been like, well, I guess Mortal Kombat is like beloved. Household name, but I don't know. Do people actually like this? Yeah, once that Taito Memories or whatever, the Taito Collection episode came out, that was the worst fucking shit I've ever seen. That's not James Rolfe. someone else did that.
Dead4M says, that was horrible.
Yeah, it was just... That's a 0 out of 10 episode if I've ever seen one. It's sad it's come to that. But yeah, like the classic episodes, there's so many good classic episodes. One of my favorites that I never really see mentioned is Dark Castle. It's so hilarious. It's so hilarious. That's it's just one of those games. It's a gold mine for comedy. And when he wants to be funny, he finds opportunities to milk those funny games. I think he's a really good actor, but he's kind of lost if you compare his acting.
Says, starting to see why MK2 went with the cheater AI.
If you compare his acting from like 10 to 15 years ago to now, he's not really trying anymore. Or at least he's like portraying a different character. But yeah, it's easy to overlook how difficult it is to do the acting he's doing. The way he delivers lines, his facial expressions, and the way he delivers complex lines in succession in the same take. Some of the facial expressions he makes while doing all that stuff, I just don't get how he's even doing them. Yeah. Needless to say, I'm a fan. Despite the new direction. Is this how it ends? Yeah. Oh, I have one more round.
Dead4M says, I can't imagine not being a fan of Ahab.
It's well, the first time I saw AVGN videos, I didn't like them because of the live action humor. Like, he'd bring in guests, they would shit on each other, they would have fights. I thought that was horribly unfunny the first time I watched AVGN. I didn't like those skits. But the reason I still kept watching them every once in a while was just because I liked the bad games and him talking about those bad games. So when there were episodes without the live action skits or the shit pickle and, you know, unfunny stuff like that, then I appreciated it. And I guess over time, some of the live action stuff I actually realized that I actually found some of those funny too. Not all of them, but some of them, like Spider-Man. the Spider-Man episode, for example. That's comedy gold, and that has, you know, a mascot with him. But some of them don't work. And some of the, you know, the potty humor, I can see not being funny as well. So it's a bit down to taste, but if you find bad video games to be funny or have potential to be funny, then I think AVGN is gonna be a good source of humor most of the time. Alright, that's Mortal Kombat. Fuck that game. Next is Power Drift. I love this game. I love it. It's so good. So good. It's gonna be over fast though. Dark Castle. Dark Castle. I don't know. It's hard to name like a favorite episode. There's like 20 of them I could pick between for sure. But Dark Castle, there's something special about that one. There's not a single unfunny moment. It's just comedy gold the whole way, and a lot of it is because of the game itself. But like that, it's good. James Rolfe, he knows when he can just like let the game speak for itself. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, he doesn't even need to say anything sometimes. Anyway, so this game, you can pick between 5 different courses, and you can pick between 12 different characters. But as far as I know, picking a character doesn't matter. There's some weird time bug. There is some time shenanigans in the game, but I did not really pay any attention to that. I just tried to drive well. So the idea is to... You got high gear and low gear, and the idea is to shift to low momentarily during most turns. Any turn that is even remotely steep, you will gain from switching to low for at least a split second. And to cut those corners really close. The closer you cut the corners, the better. And the enemies are troublesome, but they are pretty predictable. So if you play this game enough, you learn where the enemies are, and the only differences in where they are either because you went faster or slower, which will put them at a different point on the level, or I don't know if it's random or what, but where they are horizontally is different, slightly different, and I'm not sure if that's because I did something different or if it's because it's just random. And other than that, it's just pure memorization. Like this level, for example, there's parts of the level where you can drive really close to the side without losing any time. But there's other parts of the level where if you drive too close to the side, your car will slow down without you even hitting the wall. So you just gotta memorize everything about the level. I call this the donut level. And I was going for sub 7 minutes. I got 7 minutes flat. And I know I got a lot of 701s. At least like 4 or 5 701s exactly. So it was quite tricky to get that sub 7. But this was just one of those games. Like every day I played it, it felt like I got a little better every single day. Because I played this... I think I played this for like 2 weeks or something, maybe even more. Almost every day. You can off-road a bit. I'm off-roading a bit on this level on purpose because that saves time. Like right there, I want to off-road if I can. For only a split second. Which I did on some laps, I think. 4:36 into stage 5 is the fastest I've ever been here by like 1 or 2 seconds. That means the run is going well, obviously. But this level is the hardest one, so this one is tricky. I think I lost a bit of time on this level compared to what I would like. But it's very difficult. This is definitely the hardest one. The main reason this level is the hardest level is that part before the end. After you get on the bridge. Right here, after you get on this bridge. And then up until here. That's the hardest part of this course to not lose time on. And I kinda get what you want to do, but I found that to be too hard, so I have like an easier strat for it. Which probably loses at least half a second per lap, if not more. Even if I do it perfectly, it loses time. But the best way was just too difficult for me. This level is quite easy, but yeah, this is a bonus level that you get if you get first place on every course, on every well, level. And it's pretty easy, but it looks like Hang-On, but it doesn't control like Hang-On at all, so don't let that fool you. The controls are really floaty in this game. It's just something you have to get used to. So like switching directions on this thing is very delayed. The other extra stage though, which some courses get, there's two different ones, is the afterburner one, and that one is worse. I think that one feels awful to me. And there we go, that was short, but it's short and sweet. Definitely one of my favorite like driving racing games. It's just a wonderful game. And I think I picked a good course to play. Course B. It's the second fastest course, and it probably has my favorite song. And I didn't play the courses enough to know if it's the most fun course, but it was very fun. So I think I picked a good course. Next is PuLiRuLa. That's another game I played a lot. It was PuLiRuLa, Power Drift, and Anteater. I play those three the most. I'm not sure which one of them I played more. Probably Power Drift, but PuLiRuLa as well, I played it a lot. And yeah, I learned quite a bit about this game. This is another great game, but specifically for score, it has a lot of problems, which is worth knowing if you want to get into scoring in this game. I'm giving it an 8 out of 10 anyway because I love the game, but specifically for score, you have to be ready that it's gonna be really frustratingly luck dependent and glitchy. It's gonna be glitchy, so there's a lot of arbitrary shit you need to know, because if you don't know, you can get fucked over by things you never would have expected could be a problem. Like soft locking the game because you used the wrong type of bomb. I had 2 rounds die to that. You can have the puppet boss die in a wall, so that the magic item he drops is inaccessible. I've had runs die to that as well. That's at the very end of the game. And there's bombs that can give 0 score. That kills the run immediately. I've had runs die to that. So when you're scoring, your runs will die to these kinds of bugs and glitches. And even if you don't die to bugs and glitches, you will die to the RNG. So the RNG for magic drops. You have to get at least 1 random magic drop to be able to use all the important magics for score. And there is a 50% chance of getting... There is 1 drop that's 50-50, so... But still, I lost that 50-50 most of the time. So, you know, most of my rounds died to that. I rarely got any other random magic, so... Yeah, like, I would say 9 out of 10 runs, or at least 8 out of 10 runs, would either die to a glitch at the end or not get any magic, like any random magic. We lose the 50-50 and get no random magic. And the few runs where those things didn't happen would still, you know, usually game over on the last boss, or, you know, fail. So yeah, it was a bit frustrating. Luckily though, the game is really easy, so the scoring in this game is easier than most arcade games, I think. So, like, it's pretty easy to just get runs going over and over and over again that have more or less the same score pace. The rest is just up to fate. And knowing various random things that can screw you over. So, yeah, now that I've talked about those flaws, it's a standard beat 'em up, but it's very simplified for a belt scroller. It is simplified. You've only got, let's see, I guess 4 different attacks, 3 standing attacks and 1 jump attack, and you can basically ignore one of them, leaving 3 attacks left that exist. It's just standard hits, a longer range hit that takes longer to use, and a jump attack. That's basically your kit. And despite the game's simplicity in gameplay, it makes up for that by having insane presentation. Like, it's just one of those things that some people will love it, some people will hate it. For sure, like, I can totally understand some people look at this and they're just like, what the fuck, I hate it. You know, I get it. But I'm in the opposite camp. I love weird shit like this, so I always found this game really compelling. The enemy designs and the levels, they're really artistic. Like, they're not just weird, but they're actually pretty artistic at times. So it is weird, but it's also kind of fancy in some places. It has a nice mix there, and I mean, graphically, it's incredible that they pull this off. With most likely a really small team of artists doing this for not much financial gain, you know, they're just out of passion, I imagine. So you gotta respect it. And further the gameplay, so the scoring system is these animals. When you defeat an enemy, they turn into an animal. And if you let the animal run, the longer it runs, the more score it gives when you collect it. So you want to make it run a long distance, and it's maxed at 480 points. So it doesn't need to run any farther if it gives 480. But there are problems. For example, you can scroll an animal off screen, and sometimes that despawns the animal, and sometimes it doesn't. So with experience, you just learn which parts of which levels doing that will despawn animals and which parts won't. It's just something you learn. And if an animal is, if you're on an unscrollable part of a screen, and the animal starts on one side, then you have to have that animal move partly off screen before you collect it to get max points. Whereas if the screen is scrollable, you can just scroll the screen slightly and you'll get max points. Some enemies also have chicks. They have 3 chicks. Most enemies have 1 animal, but some enemies have 3 chicks. And the enemies that have 3 chicks, they're not sent backwards when you hit them, so those enemies have to be hit if you can't scroll the screen, they have to be hit at the side of the screen so that you can get high value shikes. So you have to be very careful with those enemies, because they're worth 3 times the points optimally. And the other way to score is to do what I'm doing here, is to use magic, which I think magic like triples score? Something like that. It gives more score, I forget how much. Maybe triples. So using magic on that boss gives you 12k, and like maybe defeating him normally gives 4. Something like that. So you want to use as many magics as possible on high scoring targets like bosses. And that's where the next problem comes in. There's random magic. And this is a pain in the ass. There is one 50-50 magic drop on the final stage. And other than that, there's also random magic that can appear at any point in the game. If certain things are done, there's a small chance. And Surst looked into the code, he decompiled the code. And it turns out that the way to get the random magic, it's pretty similar to what we were expecting, I imagine. Like, it had something to do with the animals. Every time an animal is spawned, there is a tiny chance that that animal can spawn a random drop. And then it was something to the extent of every frame it moves, there is a tiny chance that it will spawn one. And it was something crazy, like 1 in 120 something animals have a chance to spawn. And then, like, if that animal travels for a couple of seconds, maybe there's a 50-50 chance that it would have spawned a random drop, if it is the chosen animal. So any given run you do, you'll probably spawn enough animals that you'll spawn a few animals that have that chance of dropping something. But even if they do, the longer they travel, the higher the chance of it happening. And a lot of the time, you just won't give the animals a long enough time to travel to really get a good chance of dropping a random drop. And even if they do drop a random drop, it could be a life drop. It doesn't have to be a magic drop. And if it's a life drop, that's useless. It doesn't give you any bonus score. So basically, most runs you do won't get bonus magic. Only a few runs will, if you grind a lot of runs. And if you want like a world record score, you probably need to get multiple random magic drops, because that's just what it seems like to me. I think you want multiple for that. So that's just no fun. It's way too much luck. So now, I haven't mentioned any of my strategies on this level, unfortunately. I was busy talking about that crazy random magic drop. But yeah, this whole level is totally routed to just try to get as many high value animals as possible. And there were no videos. I haven't seen any videos that score on this game, so I had to just route everything for score. Like everything scoring related, I just had to route myself. Thankfully, there is like a no miss video, so there are documented like cheese strats for bosses like this, which helps. But everything related to collecting animals from enemies, which is the hard part, I just had to figure that out myself, which was fun. The animal collection scoring system is fun, I think. It's just the bugs and glitches that suck, and the randomness. So you can see how I'm collecting the back half of the animal when it's partly off screen. That's because that's part of the screen doesn't scroll. So if I want well, here's some mistakes. If I want 480 points when the screen can't scroll, I have to wait until the animal is half off screen and then collect it. The hitbox is really big, so it's easier to do that than it looks. The animal collection hitbox is pretty huge. Here's a nice strat I have. I just scroll the screen, the enemies on screen, move up for like a split second and then jump forward and attack. And it usually hits 2 or 3 enemies to do that at the side. Sometimes even more. So you need to have those kinds of strategies all over the game. This part looks innocent, but it turns out that if you hit each flower individually, it gives you more score. So you can actually hit like a leader flower that converts all the flowers into, you know, happy flowers. But then you lose like 100 points per flower or something like that. So here's a part of the game where I have a plan. There's gonna be a knight spawning at the left. If you kill, like, I think if you kill like 3 of these enemies, but it might be 4. So if you kill the enemies on the wrong side, the chicks will move into the knights. That's why you want to kill the enemies on the other side, so that you can collect the chicks when the knight spawns. So now we have all of those enemies are stacked together. I think there's like 3 of them. And if I hit them here, I can collect the chicks without getting interrupted by the knights. This part, I spent quite a bit of time on this screen with save states trying to figure out the best way. And I did a lot of different things, and I wasn't happy with any of it. And I'm not happy with this strat either. I'm not happy with anything I found on this screen. But I ended up doing this. Those bike enemies are extremely valuable to kill. They are the most dangerous enemies in the game, but they also have very high kill values. So even if you have to take some damage hitting them, which sometimes it's very hard to avoid that, it's worth taking that damage. And here, see, I'm putting these enemies on the left because we can scroll the screen to the right. So not only can we get high value chicks, but the longer these animals travel, even if they've maxed out their point value. Remember what I said about random magic, like every time I have animals that travel even longer, that's a small increase per animal that they will drop something random. Even if it's less than 1% of animals that can drop anything, so doing that might seem like it's useless. Like if you do it enough times, enough runs, maybe one of those animals will pay off and give you a random magic. So it's better than not doing it. This is another, all the bosses are pretty trivial with these like looping patterns. Up until the final boss, which is kind of challenging. The rest of the bosses are they just have this kind of looping pattern.
Shifter says, I remember when you tried to play that boss safe and just got timed out every time.
Oh. That must have been long ago. I don't remember that. Must have been before this Olympics. I did once see PuLiRuLa ages ago.
Shifter says, I think it was before your 1 cubic centimeter.
Oh, okay. At the start of this level, we can... oh, like get some random magic. There you go. Now the run is saved. At the start of this level, we can kill a lot of enemies on the right side. For free, basically. So it's pretty nice. This level has really nice music and really nice backgrounds. Very artistic backgrounds. These enemies, I just don't know how to score on those bamboo enemies. I have no fucking clue. So... there might be, like, I assume in a world record, there's probably some missing points there on bamboo enemies across the game. Because those enemies are bizarre to try to score on. There's probably some way. It's the world record for this game. It's 509k if I remember. Something like that. And I assume that like half of the difference between that and my score comes from more magic, and the other half from better animals. That's like a good assumption, because there's only so much you can get from animals. This screen is troubling, and this screen was really bad for me. Missed that animal. That was an accidental forward attack. It can easily happen when you're moving around. Screwed up the kill position a bit. So this is a random drop here, and I got life instead of magic. So if I didn't get a random magic before, the run would have been over now. Because I have to get one extra magic, or I just lose too much score. And it just so happened this run I got the extra magic from a random drop instead of this 50-50 here. This screen looks menacing, but like if you can keep track of the enemies, it's really not that bad. Here I did something really stupid, I remember. You see, I don't know why I did that. That's 1,000 points lost right there. I also failed this. I remember failing this. I came up with a specific setup here, but it failed. So that's quite a bit of points lost as well. Probably like 2,000 from that miss there. Taking some hits doesn't matter that much, by the way, as long as I don't lose score. You don't get any bonus points for having more lives. Just focus on getting score over safety. The reason I didn't collect that animal is because your bomb type is tied to the tens digits. So right now I have 870, so that 70 is what controls what bomb I use. And the bomb I had on 60 when I bombed, right? The bomb I had, I knew that bomb was fine, and I didn't know what would happen when I collected the animal. Maybe it would switch to a bad bomb, so I just let the animal go. Because, like, I could get 480 or 350 points from the animal, and I don't have enough time to calculate both possibilities and figure out what bomb I'm gonna get. It's easier to just be like, I'm fine with the bomb I have right now. I'm not gonna collect the animal. Another stupid looping pattern, but this boss is actually the worst in the game. This boss is a massive run killer because of bugs and glitches. So I have had tons of runs die on this boss because of bugs and glitches. So here, because I moved to the middle of the screen, I didn't get killed by a glitch. If I hadn't moved all the way to the middle of the screen before using that bomb, my run would have been glitched and it would have been over. Because I had the pink dude bomb. And that bomb can soft lock that boss. It will soft lock that boss. I have 2 rounds died to that before. It will soft lock that boss, unless you move very far to the right before you use the magic. The final boss here is by far the most challenging part of the game in terms of survival. But there is an easier way to do him, and I know about that way. I know about it, but the reason I don't do it, there is a reason for it. It's because I don't get how to make him consistently jump to the side after I'm done doing that strat. What you want to do is you can get him to spawn these circles. So that he, like right now, he's standing on the left. But if he stood a bit farther right, you could get him to throw this attack to the left, and then you just move away instead of jumping into the circle. You just move away, so you don't actually have to dodge anything, and you can just do that over and over, side to side. But if you do it that way. Here's the problem I had with that strat. If you do it that way, then when you trigger his final phase, I couldn't get him to move to the side consistently, because he has to go all the way to the side for the final phase, or you're just dead. So that's why I ended up doing this normal strategy, and just try to rely on skill for this. It's not easy. I mean, it's not super hard, but it's not easy because it's random what this circle looks like. And if it's really low, then yeah, obviously you just jump into it. If it's really high, then yeah, obviously you just move under it. But the problem is when it's in between. It's sometimes very hard to tell what you're supposed to do, and you have to react fast. You can't just sit and wait forever. Like if you're supposed to jump over it, because it gains height, you have to do it quickly. You can't like wait for 1 second and then jump. If it's gaining height, before you know it, it's too high and you can't jump over it anymore. So you have to immediately see if you're supposed to move under or jump over. And when you get these in-betweens, that's when there's a problem. So it comes down a lot to how many in-betweens he uses. And how well you can react to that, or read them, which is hard. And as long as he doesn't use in-betweens, then he's easy. So yeah, that's PuLiRuLa. It's an awesome game. It's one of my favorite beat 'em ups, even if the scoring was a bit frustrating in a lot of ways. Like, no game is perfect. I love the colorful world. The gameplay is fun. Like, hitting enemies and collecting animals is fun. And it just feels like a game that wasn't made with any, like, ulterior motives, if that makes sense. Like, it's not a game that's made just to make money or, you know, fill the pockets of people, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you don't make a game like this that looks like this just to make money. Like, clearly the people put effort into making something really creative. You can tell just by looking at it. And I like games like that, that have some heart and soul put into them. That's why I have a soft spot for stuff like this. It's not a... yeah. I guess I'm making sense. And you can see every single character in the game there at the end, in a nice collection. There's also a I played as player 2, which is a girl. You can also play as player 1, which is a boy. But someone said that player 2 is better for some reason, so I don't know what reason it was. It's just something someone said. So I just settled on just only using player 2. Alright, now that we're done with that, we're gonna skip 2 more games, Snow Bros and Time Pilot 84, because I don't have anything.
Red Shifter says,
I submitted nothing.
it's not because she's a girl.
I mean, if the if they were both identical, which someone said that she's better. If they were both identical, it wouldn't really matter who I picked. But if she's better, or if he's better, I'm gonna pick the one that's better. Because we're playing for score. We're not just playing because I like this character more, or I like that character more. Like, you're gonna use who's best. Unless, of course, you like playing a character more because it feels better. I guess then you could you could skip playing who is best because you don't like their gameplay or something. But I mean, the gameplay is identical. They have the same attacks. Oh, this is Twin Cobra 1. Twin Cobra 2. TC2. The boy character is actually really fun to look at because he has the best walk cycle. He actually has a better walk cycle. I love his walk cycle so goddamn much. I remember seeing it before I even knew what the game was. I remember seeing that walk cycle on Speed Demo's Archive. I think it was Breakdown. I think he had that the avatar of the walk cycle of that boy, and I always loved it. It's a classic, just like Treasure Master. There's like strutting. So Twin Cobra. Now, Twin Cobra 1 is a great game. What was my rank? 16. Didn't put any effort into this one. Twin Cobra 2 is kind of crappy, so I'm giving it a 3 out of 10. It's kind of crappy. Boring shmup. It's one of the easiest arcade shmups in existence, I think. Which doesn't help, but like, a game being easy is not necessarily a bad thing. It can be a good thing too. But if it's gonna be easy, it needs to have something else to draw you in. And you know, shmups are typically good at drawing you in with like difficulty and excitement. So not so much like some game genres are like comfy to play because there's a lot of for example, like a strategy or a management game might not be difficult if you understand the game, but it can be a comfortable and enjoyable time to relax with those types of games, like a simulation game, or like Roller Coaster Tycoon, or a theme park, Theme Hospital, or like SimCity. But with shmups, there has to be an edge. There has to be something. And if there is no edge, there has to be something else. Otherwise, there's no reason to play a shmup over, you know, a different kind of game to me. And this is one of those shmups that it doesn't have anything. It's slow, it's boring, you're slow, your shots kill everything, there's nothing really going on. There's no good music, there's no memorable bosses, or set pieces, or anything. There's nothing to even enjoy looking at. There's just nothing. So to me, this is a failure. The best I can say about this game is that it's not like crappy. Oh, it's not like overtly crappy. It's not like one of those shmups that might be made by someone who doesn't know how to make a shmup, where your ship has inertia and you have a massive health bar and your hitbox is 5 times bigger than your ship, or there's a million different upgrades that none of it add anything to the game. It just feels plain terrible. I mean, no, like at least this game feels like a shmup, like it moves like a shmup. It's just a plain old shmup with no bells and whistles, no frills, nothing. I honestly don't even know what's going on in this game. I just played it and cleared it, and I watched a little bit of gameplay, but I didn't really understand what they were doing, so I don't know. There's point items. They're worth 10k. Apparently. Also, this game was made by Takumi. The first Twin Cobra, of course, was Toaplan. They're very different companies in terms of game styles. Very, very different. So it's really weird. This doesn't feel like a Takumi game. Takumi made Giga Wing and Mars Matrix. This doesn't feel anything like those. And honestly, I have no idea. Like, who were the people that worked on this? What did they do? Because I don't get this game. It doesn't feel like the first Twin Cobra either. Only thing it really has in common with the first Twin Cobra is that you move a really slow helicopter, I guess, and some of the enemies are similar. Like, there are some enemies that move in a similar way. Some enemy helicopters. Yeah, I just don't understand why this game exists. Like, I'm probably a bit too hard on it, just like looking at it. It seems fine, right? It's just, I guess I have standards. I just find it so boring. Because shmups are such, like, easy games to create, like, to code and to make. There kind of needs to be high standards for them. For that reason. Missed a bomb there. Like, because shmups are one of those genres that thrive a bit on, like, familiarity in mechanics, where you're not supposed to break the rules too hard. Because if you break the rules too much, it starts playing like shit. Like, if you make, for example, if you break the movement rules and make ships move with inertia, then that's bad for every shmup. There are no shmups where that's ever a good idea. So you need to, there are rules you need to follow. That kind of keeps the genre together. So then, it's what makes shmups different that makes them like excel over alternatives. So if a shmup doesn't have anything going for it that makes it clearly preferable to another game, then I just don't even really see the point in that game's existence. Like every outstanding shmup has something that is unique to that game. Even if it's a pretty generic game, like some shmups that are really good are pretty generic, they still have something different from other games. In my opinion, at least. Like something good, like a good quality that you might not find in a different shmup. So that's what makes the genre work, essentially, is a game that's designed sensibly from the ground up, but has something to it that makes it different. If you don't have those things, then there's no point in playing that specific game.
Congrats on the top 5.
Top 5, yeah, thanks, but honestly, like, top 5 is nothing to write home about. That's my worst ranking so far. But like, I didn't really want to get a high rank. I just wanted to play Power Drift and PuLiRuLa and Anteater, and a few other games piqued my interest. I didn't really want to play half the games at all, and I played some of them a little bit just to gain some points, but like half the games I didn't even try. And you can't win like that. You have to try on at least almost every game to win Olympics. That's just how it is. You don't necessarily have to try every single one, but you have to try almost all of them. And that takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of effort. I know, like the previous Olympics, I put in a lot of effort, and I didn't enjoy myself as much as I did this Olympics, if I'm gonna be honest. Precisely because this time, I mostly just played the games I wanted to play. So, yeah, it's a trade-off. I decided I wanted to enjoy this one more, so I didn't play the fucking Donkey Kong Jr. and Mortal Kombat. Like, I played Mortal Kombat for probably a good hour. But that's not much. Like, if you put 1 hour into each game, that's only 20 hours. I usually put in at least 100 hours into a Olympics, like all in all. At least. Maybe I didn't do that this time. But like the previous Olympics, I probably put in 150 or 200 hours maybe even. Like I played probably 5 hours a day. That's maybe not every day, but you know, pretty close. It's a lot of time to put in, and you have to learn so many different games, and not all of those games are going to be fun. So I don't really want to do that again. I don't want to learn a ton of unfun games again. I don't want to do that again. If the game list was like, man, I like almost every game, then sure, maybe then I would try. But as long as it's like, I like half the games, then there's a problem.
Yeah, you were streaming a lot last time.
Yeah, last time. I was really motivated last time. Even though there were a lot of games I didn't like, if I'm gonna be honest. For some reason I was just motivated. Like at the end of the day, even if you're like good at games, because there's a lot of people playing arcade games that are good at games for sure. Even if you are good at games, there's no shortcut. You can't just play a game and do amazing at it immediately. No one can do that. You have to put in time. Of course, like some people seem to do better at some games and worse at others. Like I can't explain to you why I picked up on how to play Anteater so quickly, and why Dig Dug was just a disaster. I just couldn't do Dig Dug at all. I can't tell you why. They're both games from around the same era that are, you know, kind of mazy, kind of maze-like. They have some similarities, I guess. I couldn't tell you why. Anteater was so easy for me to understand, and Dig Dug just... I don't get it. But yeah, everyone's gonna have those trouble games. Like, no one's immune to having trouble games. Everyone has some trouble games. And when you have those trouble games, you have to put in a lot of effort to learn, like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Like... And if you don't like the game, it's annoying to do that when you don't like the game. And it's, to me at least, like... If you like the game and you suck at it, then sure, maybe it's fun to learn. But if you don't like it... that's shit.
Ivan04 says, Armored Car and PuLiRuLa were my struggle games.
Yeah, Armored Car... I struggle with Armored Car quite a bit, but like for some reason, every once in a while, I just got these runs going where I was doing better. It was a very inconsistent game for me. Like I would have 4 or 5 failures followed by one run that makes it much farther, and then 4 or 5 failures again, and then one run that makes it farther again. And I can't really explain why. And PuLiRuLa is just... I mean, it's a beat-em up. If you're good at beat-em ups, you'll be good at PuLiRuLa. If you're bad at beat-em ups, you'll be bad at PuLiRuLa. Pretty much. I think. Although I would say PuLiRuLa is a bit like platformer-y in some ways. Like... PuLiRuLa was my first beat 'em up 1cc, and I didn't have like the fundamentals down for beat 'em ups too well when I did that, but I've spent my whole life playing platformers, so I was doing a lot of jumping, like jumping around and attacking, and I found that was a very good way to play the game. Where, you know, in a lot of beat 'em ups that's not the right approach at all. But PuLiRuLa, it gives you a lot of safety in the air. A lot of air safety in that game. And there's still nothing to say about Twin Cobra II. There's nothing going on. There's just nothing holding this game together. There's no vision behind this. It's just the same shit for half an hour. So yeah, I only played it. I think I played like 3 credits maybe. I think like 2 of them died to the stage 2 boss or something, and then 1 credit continued and made it past the stage 2 boss and cleared, or something like that. And then I didn't play it again, because it's boring.
Ivan04 says, I put a lot of time into this.
Ah, I feel bad. Putting a time into this game. Ugh. I'm glad I didn't put time into this game. It would be awful. There would just a waste of time.
Dead4F says, it's a good one for those who don't play a whole lot of shmups.
Yeah, I mean, it's because it's so slow. If you play shmups with the expectation of being like engaged, that there has to be some level of difficulty, then this is not gonna be fun for them. But I guess for some people it might not be as bad. I don't know. If you just want to relax and you don't really care about anything, you're just relaxing. You're just like, yeah, I'm just moving left, just moving right. Just nothing really happening, but I'm moving left and moving right. Like, maybe there's some... I don't know. I just can't see it. I can't see any reason to like this. Was that the final boss?
Dead4F says, I ain't that good and this game doesn't cut it for me at all, but I get why our team liked it so much, LOL. Yvonne04 says, yeah, LOL.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know, every boss looks the same to me. I can't tell them apart. Everything just looks the same. Alright, so that's it. That's Twin Cobra 2. And I really like Twin Cobra 1. I said that like shmups need to distinguish themselves and stuff. But I think Twin Cobra 1 kind of does that. Shmups for people who don't like shmups, but that's like Euro shmups. Games with inertia, huge upgrades, you know, a million stages, or like randomized levels.
LOL true.
And like shields, million weapons at once, and just all kinds of imbalances and tedium. And that's shmups for people who don't like shmups, like Tyrion or Raptor, I feel like. Okay, so next is Mario. This was fun. I enjoyed this. And now there's only 2 games left, so we're nearing the end here. This was a lot of fun, and I can't remember exactly what happened, but once I reach that point, I'll see what happened, and I'll explain. if it is this run, and yeah. So, Arcade Mario Bros. We're playing like a harder version. It has faster timers. It's has levels that's from the original and from Mario 2, Japanese Mario 2, and maybe some arcade originals. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's like a Frankenstein Mario. But actually, I think this might be my first favorite version. It seems to be well balanced for scoring. You can't get unlimited lives, for example. Or no, wait, you can get unlimited lives from the shells. Yeah, you could do that in theory, I guess. But that's easily preventable. But you can't get unlimited 1-ups from like blocks and coins. Alright, so text. Yeah, but yeah, I enjoyed it. This was actually kind of a blast from the past for me. I've never played the arcade version before, but like Mario 1 in general. You know, it's a game I grew up with, but it's kind of fallen out of favor with me. But playing Olympics made me realize I actually do like this game for sure. I do like it. It's really good. 3. I'd give this a 7. Maybe it's generous, but I don't know. There's something great about this game. It's hard to put my finger on why this game is good. It really is. It's hard. The controls can be a bit infuriating, but they are unique and it works with the level design. Like the momentum and the jump physics is something kind of ridiculous, honestly, compared to most other games. So what are we doing here? We're getting a lot of coins, because more coins means more lives and more score. Although beating levels faster actually gives a significant amount of score per time left. In the long run, I think milking points in general is still good, at least if you're getting coins out of it, because coins means lives. And when you beat the game, you get 100k per life, which is a lot. So getting as many lives as possible is clearly the #1 thing you want to do. We play this game with a life limit though.
Says, I can't remember who sent this in, but it was pretty awesome. This game made it through.
Yeah, I liked it. You know, at first I was a bit skeptical, like Super Mario Bros. For score. Does that really work? But yeah, it did work. Yeah, getting lives because. Oh, right. We play this with 5 deaths and you're out. No matter how many lives you have, 5 deaths and you're out. And that's to prevent... I imagine that's to prevent, like, the shell kick 1-ups. Infinite shell kick 1-ups. Which you could do otherwise. Because there are a few points in this game where it's possible to get a 1-up from kicking a shell and having the shell defeat enough enemies on the ground. And you can get 1 life out of that. It's only a few parts of the game, but you could do that and then kill yourself and then do it again and again and again and again. So, having a cap on deaths prevents that. So, like, I think out of the old Marios, I think Mario 3 is the best. No doubt about it. But Mario 3 is designed in a very different way. Like, Mario 1 really has, like, a very arcade-ish design. Which Mario 3 does not have. So, that's actually... It's actually a thing in this game's favor, in a way. That was crazy. Like, you could play this for score. I don't think there's really any way you could reasonably do that in Mario 3. It would just be totally broken, I think. Unless you make a ton of arbitrary rules. Whereas in this game, I guess you only need 1 arbitrary rule for that to work. When I was a kid, I had I didn't have an NES, but my brothers, my family had NES. But I got my own Super Nintendo, and I had a few games. I got a few games for it. I didn't get that many, but I got a few. And one of the games I got, which I loved most of the games that I got, but one of the games I got was Mario All Stars. And Man, I played the hell out of Lost Levels on Mario All-Stars as a kid. It was tough, it was really difficult, and that game even had like the option to continue from where you left off when you get a game over. You can like save and continue wherever you are. And it was still incredibly difficult to clear Lost Levels, and I loved Mario 3, I loved Mario 1, I loved Mario 2, I loved everything on that cartridge as a kid. But like the controls for Mario 1 and Lost Levels, they have always bewildered me. Like Lost Levels sometimes had, it had very difficult level design, so sometimes it would have levels where like if you don't really understand the controls, like really understand how they work, you're gonna have no idea how to make progress. So I was stuck quite a lot as a kid, I remember, on Lost Levels. So the reason I wait before I jump to the flagpole is that if you have your last digit is a 6, you get more fireworks, and that gives you more points. That's why I sometimes wait, although I'm probably gonna stop waiting on some levels towards the end because I've stopped caring about that and I just want to finish the game. I missed it. Oh. Playing Callus Cup? Oh, sorry, I forgot to answer that.
Nice stage.
Yes.
A few close calls.
I signed up for Callus Cup. I've sent my votes, although I haven't decided on every category what to vote for. I tested every single game though, for at least, a few minutes. So I have a pretty good idea in general what I'm voting for. It's just you don't always know just by playing, like, what's this actually gonna be like. In fact, I would say usually you don't know. Even if you play a game for quite a bit, if you don't look into the scoring yourself, like maybe find a video of someone scoring, or spend a lot of time learning how to score yourself, you're not gonna know what it's actually gonna be like. So that always makes it a bit hard to vote. But I'm voting mostly based on like first impressions, how fun it is for me. Like an easy vote was Mustache Boy. That game was so much fun. Even though I only played it for like 10 minutes, it was so much fun. And the other two games were not nearly as fun as that one. So maybe Mustache Boy sucks for score, I have no idea. But I mean, that was the most fun one, so I'm gonna vote for it. And I would recommend anyone that has an interest in stuff like this to sign up for Callus Cup, because Callus Cup is so much fun.
Yvonne04 says, Snapjack is hell.
Snapjack, that was the one where you can like move up and down. It plays Popeye. It randomly starts playing Popeye when you can collect bonus items. This part, you have to do a very specific jump to get in there. Stuff like that needs practice, man. You can't jump from any other elevation than what I did. It doesn't work. You can do a one-up jump here. I got it. I wasn't sure if I was gonna get it. But I almost got hit. I think there's like 4 places in the game where you can do one. And I learned 3 of them because one of them was super... It looked super hard. I watched Andrew G's run. He has the world record, I believe, for high score in this game. So I watched his run. And then I made some save states and I decided to like... I just watched this run and I was like, yeah, this looks too hard, that looks too hard. And I was just trying to learn from him what seemed reasonable to incorporate myself, and then do the rest in my own way. You know, that obviously I'm freestyling most of the game, but there are still some things where you kind of want to have a strat if you're gonna do it, and if you don't have that strat, then you're shit out of luck. You need a strat for some things. And yeah, I would highly recommend watching that run if you're interested in scoring in this game. This is one of those games that actually has the world record public on YouTube. Most of the time when you play in these tournaments, nothing like that exists. There might be like like a high score run on Shmups Forum or MARP or Replay Burners, buried somewhere on some website somewhere, or someone's YouTube channel that has like 50 subscribers, you know. Maybe it's hard to find, or usually doesn't even exist. But for this game it actually exists, and it's a good watch. That was close. But getting hit isn't the end of the world. Losing the fire flower, you gain it back.
Dead4F says, does make Bowser harder.
Yeah, that's true. On that particular level, I'm not sure if I would get past Bowser. Like, I'm not sure if I would try to move under him or jump on the platform. Looked weird, so I probably would have just tried to go under him. which should work, but you never know. This game's just such a classic. It's really held up for me. It's as fun now as it was when I was a kid. Based Yolympics making you rediscover something. This level has like a ton of hidden coin blocks, I think. There's one around here, but for me, for some reason it only gives 1 coin. I don't know why. It should be a coin block like the others, but yeah, it gives only 1 to me. Oh yeah, I used the warp.
Says, wonder if it has to do with getting that first one.
Well, Andrew G got both of them, so that's why I never understood why I didn't get both. But it's not that important. Not like I'm gonna dwell on it. It's only Olympics. It's not. It's just I'm just wondering why that is. I used the warp, which loses some points. It actually loses a pretty significant amount of points, but the reason I used the warp was just because, well, I didn't have a good run yet. And I wanted to beat the game, and I wanted to, the run I had when I did this was a 1cc that used both warps. And in this game, you can only warp up to World 6, you can't warp further than that. In the first bar you can warp to World 8, but in this one you have to do 6 and so on. So, I skipped 7 levels, or you could say I skipped 6.5 levels. And that's a lot of coins, which is extra lives, which is more clear bonus at the end. And it's also idle points, so I'm losing a couple of 100,000 from that. And World 5 is... like, World 4 is easy, but the thing is, World 5 has one level that is a fucking cunt level. If you don't have a Fire Flower. It's a fucking cunt level, and I didn't want to do that level. And the main reason I didn't want to do that level is not necessarily that it's too hard or anything, it's just that I didn't want to lose runs on that level over and over and have to restart, because the game is long. Like, I'm a busy man with the Olympics. I can't just play Mario forever. I need to get a run. So yeah, I didn't want to just reset on World 5 a bunch of times. That's not my style. Like, I've shown a lot of runs here today where I basically played no resets, just, oh, I died on stage 1, I died twice on stage 1, I'm continuing. Or like Gemini Wing, where my deaths were on stage 2 and 3.
Sunshine Fun says, I skipped 5 as well because
Yeah.
FK that Hammer Brothers.
Yeah, fuck it. Exactly. Like, it's a good strat. It loses points, but specifically for something when you're limited, you have limited time. Like, you have to get a run within a specific time frame. Of course, it's good to make some changes to your gameplay, to adjust to that, so that you can get more runs more faster. That's precisely why I prefer to do very few resets and continue runs that are going badly. you know, that's my style.
Project Co says, did Yoli end or something?
Yes, it ended a couple of days ago. That level I just did is a very hard level, and this one is also very hard. This one is easier with Small Mario, but, you know, if you have Small Mario, you're on your last hit. So there's like a psychological trick there, but it's honestly easier with Small Mario, so it's always a hard choice to make on this level. Like, should I take a hit intentionally to make this level easier, or should I try to keep my Fire Flower to, you know, maybe make the rest of the game easier?
Says, I might do a summer one again, but I'll see closer to the time.
There's a jump here which can fail very easily with Big Mario, but I got it. But then I got hit by the fucking fire. So yeah, we've done 2 of the hardest levels in the game now. And there's like 1 hard level left. I think there's 1 hard level left. And the rest of the levels are like, you know, they're tricky, but they're not super hard. Oh my god, what am I doing? It's disgusting. Disgusting display. These cannons don't shoot if you're next to them. It's a nice trick. Okay, this looks sketchy. Oh no. Oh no! Now I can't kill him. Run. I can't kill him. I mean, the blocks have already been used, so I can't kill him anymore.
Project Co says, oh right, I think I watched this live XD.
This is a funny game. Lots of funny things happen all the time. It's the mark of a good game.
Project Co says, I remember those insane dodging Hammer Brothers.
And see, at this point, I've just forgotten all about the extra fireworks. Because now I'm starting to feel like, man, I don't think I've died a single time yet, right? So, you know, I feel some pressure to get a good run. Now this is another hard level. I think this was the level I had in mind when I said that there's 1 more hard level left. And I think this level is entirely RNG. The enemy spawns, I think they are just RNG. I'm not sure, that's what it seems like. It's a really tough level. The water physics in this game are completely ridiculous. Because there's like drift, like it drifts you downwards. Like here, it's pushing me down. It pushes you down when there's gaps, when there's like holes. There's a black hole under you. It wants to suck you in. Oh, now I have to go back. That's that's not gonna work. Damn, that level's tough. Very luck dependent. So where am I gonna die? I can't really remember where I died, but I'm gonna die. I just don't remember where. Actually, I remember one death. Oh. It wasn't that one. Okay, so... No. This is also a hard level. Yeah, no. I forgot. This is a pretty hard level. I just think the previous level is harder than this one. The main reason this level is hard for me is just because I haven't practiced it enough. But I don't think this level is as hard as 6-3, 6-4, and 7-2. Personally, I'm just not very good at this level. And I practiced 6-4 is the stage I practiced the most, I think. Oh, that one was a tough cookie. I think that level is straight out of Lost Levels. Oh yeah, this is the labyrinth. So one time I did this labyrinth, the game randomly failed me. Despite me taking this exact path. It randomly failed me. And I can only assume that it did that because I was like touching the wrong wall. Like I was touching a wall at a certain point and the game thought I was taking a different route or something. Like something crazy like that. Because I took the exact same route and it failed me. Like if you don't take the right route on this level, it just repeats the same pattern over and over. But the thing is, if you do it wrong there's one place where if you do it wrong, the game just spawns a bunch of lava that you can't jump over and you're dead. So, not very fair. This is the easiest level in World 8. No, wait, no it's not. With Small Mario it is. But with my plans it's not, because I always plan to leave 8-2 with the Fire Flowers so that the last two levels are easy. Because I have no clue how you're supposed to do 8-3 without a Fire Flower. I've never understood it. I'd have to ask a speedrunner or look at maybe a speedrunning guide or something because they use Small Mario. Because I've never understood what the fuck is going on there. Like, how do you not get hit by the Hammer Bros? The only way I know is to kill the Hammer Bros with fire. So I was nervous. I was nervous. That was a pretty crappy death. I was nervous, and after I died there, I felt pretty demotivated in general, and even more nervous. I guess I just assumed I won't get any more extra lives, so I'm not even gonna bother with that rest of those coins.
Sunshine Fun says, this board is super long for timer as well.
Yeah, I agree. Alright, so now we're at the make it or break it part. Although I didn't really have much issues with this. There was like one part of this level where clearly my strategy was like wrong or something, and I had to switch it up. But once I switched it up, there's no longer much issues here. But it's still, you can definitely fail this. But basically, I have to beat this level with the Fire Flower. So here I scroll this cannon on screen late, so that I can jump into the mushroom without there being a bullet bill in the way. Then we collect this flower. And the rest is easy if you're very familiar with it, but you know, I'm not super familiar, so I'm still a bit nervous doing all of this. Here I have to jump and then fail. That's the part of the level I am having the most trouble with. So I had another, you know, run where I also died there, where my strategy was to just run over the gap in the ground, like put Mario pretty far into the block he's standing on the left, and just run over the ground and then jump. But then he fell into the hole. Like usually he doesn't fall into the hole, but he fell into the hole for some reason. So after he fell into the hole, I realized I need to change my strategy, because I can't have Mario fall into the hole. Because I didn't know why he fell into the hole. I was just running as usual and he fell. So I switched to doing a jump, like a double jump, like a small jump and then a long jump. But sometimes he doesn't get enough momentum, so I'm not sure what the solution for this really is. There we go. There you got enough momentum. Obviously, either way probably works if you do it just right. I'm just not sure what the best way to do that is. Oh, I almost died there.
The Sunshine Fund says, you can jump down to first block like you did and then be run over second makes the jump easy.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking, when I was saying everything I was saying just earlier, that popped into my head. I've never tried that, I think. If I lose my fire flower, that's a disaster. So it's not only a disaster on this level, but it's also a disaster on the final level, because I don't know how to get through Bowser.
I saw it on some other YT ID. Seemed like the easiest way.
Yeah, if I ever do this again, I'll definitely try it. But yeah, I probably won't be scoring this. So but it was fun. I mean, it was fun to play this in the Olympics, for sure. So yeah, I have to keep my fire flower. If I lose it, I might game over, or well, start dying on Bowser. And also the hammer bro before Bowser, that one as well. So I don't really know how to pass those consistently. So I came up with a strat to not lose the fire flower that I didn't see anyone else do. I just came up with it because I did not want to lose my fire flower here, no matter what. So I came up with a strat, and it's gonna be pretty funny looking, I imagine. Hopefully I actually came up with that here. Yeah, here. So there we go. Oh, but aren't you gonna be stuck, you might be thinking? Aren't you gonna be scared of getting up? No, because one of them just leaves. Now I can go. One of them always seems to leave. At least with my save states, one of them would always leave. So I just figured, okay, they probably always leave. I'm not even gonna bother to kill him. I just wanna win. I just wanna beat the game. Remember, we only get 5 deaths. A 5th death and you're out with the Olympics rules. And I've died 3 times. I can't afford to die 2 more times. So I gotta be a bit careful, you know, and not start burning lives. Yeah, that was a fun run to do. Some pretty hard levels on World 6 and 7 primarily. Especially 6, I think. 6-3 and 6-4. I think both of those are like from World 3 in Lost Levels. Or something. Alright, and the last game is Zippy Race, which is not the best game to end on. Wait, Zippy Race. There it is. Not the best game to end on.
Dead4F says, bicycle.
But well, I'm doing them in alphabetical order, so. And unlike everyone else, I didn't really hate this game. Like a lot of people just seem to hate this game. I didn't really hate this game personally, but it's not a good game. It's not a good game. Especially not for a score tournament. This is not good. So we're gonna just go ahead and put this in the middle. It's not good, but I can't say I hated it or anything. Let's give it a 4. Got 10th place. I'm actually surprised this is 10th and not worse. Because I didn't play this very much at all. Like, there are games I played more than this where I'm 20th place. So the game is pretty easy. Overall, like, pretty easy. But strangely harder than it looks when you watch a good player. Because when I watch a good player, they just they collect so many fuels and they just never run out of fuel. But then when I play, it feels like, wow, wait, why is my fuel running out? Like, yeah, I don't really get it. Basically, this game loops forever, and there's max difficulty. It reaches max difficulty. Wait, what? Why did I... Is this a desync? Huh? I guess I'll find out soon. It looked like I just ran straight into a car. I didn't even move. I don't know why I would do that.
Dead4F says, I'm a bit curious to know how it's getting a better rating than Chase HQD.
This game has more, like, gameplay. First of all, Chase HQ has half the game is those dreadful boss fights, which they're just awful. And the actual racing, I think this game is more exciting to move around and like avoid crashing into things. So that's basically why. I mean, this game is endless and Chase HQ is not endless, so Chase HQ is better in that regard. For sure, Chase HQ has better music and like looks better, obviously. The music in this game is pretty fucking terrible. But like the way I enjoy just playing the game, just, you know, moving around, avoiding obstacles. Yeah, I do think maybe this one's better. Maybe. Well, either way, it's not like they're they're both not good games, if you ask me. Like, they're both pretty bad. But I don't know, I had a soft spot for this one. Because some of this driving where you have to carefully position yourself is pretty fun to me. Like, I really enjoyed that in Rally Bike. On like level 4, for example, there's a lot of carefully driving around the trees and stuff when it's really high speed. So I kind of enjoy those levels in this game. The one I just did, like levels that look like that one. But I don't really enjoy the more open levels as much. Because there's nothing really happening on those. You're not really doing anything.
The Sunshine Fund says, this game music though.
It's ear rape. I can't stand it. I mean, this song is listenable, but the song that plays when you're driving against the traffic towards the casinos and shit, that's legit one of the worst video game songs I've ever heard. But yeah, this level here, this is boring. I mean, it's just an open road. This is not good. But the other levels, the one where there's obstacles everywhere, that one's pretty good. This song, it's so horrifying. How can they put a song that sounds like this into the game? Oh my god. How could they do it?
Project Co says, Woo face.
This one kind of hurts my ears as well, but it's not as bad. I like this song though. It sounds really evil for some reason. I don't know why, it just sounds evil. But yeah, these types of levels are a bit better. I think though these are like the saving grace. Why this game isn't complete shit, if you get what I mean. At least there's some interesting level design here. Too bad I suck though. Oh yeah, when you clear one loop. Oh, it's more ear rape. It just sounds too harsh. I think. It's hard to put my finger on why it sounds so bad, but this... Oh, no, it's not. I guess you have to clear one more level. Maybe. Yeah, you have to beat this level, then you beat the loop. Now the enemy cars are getting smarter. These bastards. Why did I even try? So some people played this game for like 5+ hours. Because it loops forever and the difficulty maxes out and you can just collect all the fuel. And if you know what you're doing, you'll be fine. This is the most evil sounding, disgusting sounding American thing I've ever heard. Oh. Oh. No, shut up.
Says, Statue of Liberty.
This fucking song.
The Sunshine Fund says,
Ugh.
congratulations, New York.
Like I'm shutting my ears here. Like I'm.
Dead for
My fingers are in my
says,
ears. There we go.
Oh
Now it's
my.
over. I can't stand that song. But for some reason, it just sounds so harsh. It's like it's an assault on your ears. And I listen to extreme metal and noise rock sometimes, and I find that way more listenable than that assault on my ears. Like, I can't imagine playing this game for like 5 hours straight. You gotta belong in a nut house after that. Listening to this song over and over. Why the fuck do you drive against the traffic anyway? For what reason would you do this? You see, that's what's gonna happen. If you drive... if you bike right into a car that's driving towards you. Stupid asshole. Why are you doing that? That's no longer a Zippy Race, that's more like suicidal race.
It's an accurate representation of driving in NYC.
Oh yeah, it's going for realism. I see.
Red Shifter says
It's just like Bank Panic. Bank Panic's an
would go Vegas to Houston to
Bank Panic's an accurate representation of America, I imagine. I guess you just have to stop. You can't pass two cars on this narrow road. You just have to stop. Should have known.
The Soonshine Fund says they did a nice job with the city skylines in this at least. Red Shifter says Vegas to Houston is 21 hours and Vegas to St. Louis is 23 hours. Going to Houston is a 10-hour detour.
When is this Zippy Race gonna end? Well, I'm starting to end it. Getting hit by that. What am I doing? Why take those risks? Why? I think I wanted the Zippy Race to end when I played. This is one of those games where like your score goes up so slowly, it just feels like it takes a million years. I'm not even 10% of the way to the score the pro got. There we go, loop 2. He got 1.5 million.
Redshifter says, Candle Statue of Liberty.
It's so long. He must have played for 5 hours at least. It's madness. I'd rather play Fishing Frenzy for 10 hours than play this for 5. Yes. Easily. Easily. Fuck. So I think loop 3, this is probably max difficulty. But I don't know, maybe it's not. Either way, I find that I lose my fuel really fast on this loop. So far, loop 3 is looking fine. Oh, never mind. know I should be ready for that, but I never seem to be.
The Sunshine Fun says, one good thing about crashing is the music stops.
I agree wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, this is one of those games where I wanted to play it muted, but the cars honk.
LOL.
The cars that are coming behind you honk. So when I was muting it, I couldn't hear that honking, and it actually made my gameplay worse. So I had to play it with sound, unfortunately. I really wanted to play it muted, because I really can't stand listening to it. It's disgusting. Disgusting sounds. And you know, it's rare for me to say something like that, because I'm a music lover. I think most music is good, fine, listenable. I'm very easy to please. But this game, it sounds horrible. It's very few video games that sound this horrible, in my opinion. There's like 1 or 2 songs in fantasy that also sound really horrible, but oh, I missed the fuel there. That's what you get for not memorizing all the fuels. What the fuck? What? Oh. Oh no. And now we game over to this ear rape. Fitting end. I mean, I knew I was gonna game over. I didn't have any fuel. Even if I didn't hit the car, I would probably just run out of fuel. Alright, 30 minutes almost of this crappy game. I think 4 out of 10 is probably wrong. Because the music, I can't stand it. It's changing it to free at the last second. Okay, that's everything. I skipped the Donkey Kong Jr., Elevator Action Returns, Snow Bros, and Time Pilot 84. And actually, I didn't really play Snow Bros for more than like 5 minutes, so I couldn't tell you if skipping it was the right thing to do or not. A lot of people were talking shit about it. I didn't really get to try for myself. And Elevator Action Returns was actually pretty okay. It's not bad. I just didn't really... I was tired of Yolympics before I got to that one. And the other two I just couldn't stand. I couldn't stand Time Pilot.